The attributes required to win in Daytona have always resembled the track itself. Bold, disruptive, demanding by design. For the drivers who contend here, it's more than a location or a loop. It's a road to new beginnings, new rivalries,
teammates,
and now a new challenge. The Mecca plays host to a road course run, showcasing skill sets that combine precision with pure moxie. It's drag racing down the back stretch between turbulent turns, shaping speeds, shifting gears through brake zones and bus stops. The patience to pursue the right spot at the perfect time. A familiar place at a different pace. The road less traveled is next on Fox.
We can't wait. So last Sunday was a marathon day in the Cup Series, but the ending, well, it was storybook. Today we're back at Daytona, but today, instead of a marathon, we've got a road race, lefts and rights, turtles and chicanes, and Mother Nature, not a problem. Today, she is a race fan. Welcome to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And it is the second race of the season. And after the way week one started, well, we know anything can happen. Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake, along with America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds, and, of course, Jamie McMurray, who it's really week one for Jamie McMurray.
It is. I got last weekend off.
He did kind of, right?
Kind of, yeah.
It was just as busy for you. Of course, he was in the Daytona 500, finished 8th in that race. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And we're happy to have you here with us.
I'm excited to be back. Yesterday was a little break-in, big show today, so pumped to be here with you guys.
Awesome. Back in Daytona, right? It was crazy and wild on the 2.5-mile track. Second verse, same as the first. Can we have it today?
But this is the first box checked how much NASCAR has changed our schedule up for 2021. This is the 21st year we've been doing NASCAR on Fox. It's normally the last race of our part of the season. We go road course racing. Here we are, week 2, we're road course racing right back at Daytona. And we all know who the favorites are. We know who's probably going to run well. But road course racing, a lot of things can happen, a lot of unknowns. I just don't know if we're going to know who's going to win this thing, maybe till the final corner of the final lap, just like the Busch Clash about a week and a half ago.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, a lot can happen. And if you think back at the great race we've had all weekend, the truck started on a wet track in the rain. And then yesterday, what a story to see Ty Gibbs, an 18-year-old, in his first Xfinity Series start, go to victory lane. Great story.
Yes. That was such a cool victory lane celebration, too. That's what you want to see, that emotion. We might get it down there today. And for the folks down in Daytona, it might feel like Groundhog's Day, and that's because they're back at the same track. But, of course, as we just mentioned, nothing is the same today, except maybe for our Bob Pockrass, who's in Daytona and has all the news covered. Hey, Bob, what are your headlines?
Well, Shannon, we're back here in Daytona a week after the 500, and there's still some chatter about what happened on that final lap. Penske teammates Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano did talk this morning to go over what happened on that final lap and to make sure they're okay going forward. Joey Logano said the most frustrating part is that there are 400 people at Team Penske wondering where their Daytona 500 bonus check is. Well, I can tell you where it is. It's with the people at Front Row Motorsports. They're celebrating Michael McDowell's big victory and also the fact that they were able to add 4 races of primary sponsorship thanks to the win. One thing that won't change, Michael McDowell will continue to drive his own motorhome. He'll take it from Daytona to North Carolina tomorrow. But first, he and everyone here, they've got 70 laps on the Daytona road course, the same course used for the Busch Clash 12 days ago, except they've added some turtles to the backstretch chicane. That's curbing in the center of the turn, as well as on exit to keep drivers out of the grass. Now, let me tell you, Shannon, those turtles are mean. The Xfinity drivers, the Truck Series drivers, they didn't touch them, or else they suffered considerable damage over the last couple of days. So, Shannon, stay off the turtles.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Donatello, Raphael.
Something interesting about Bob Pockrass saying those turtles are mean.
Breaking news, breaking news. Jamie, what is your headline? Those are some down at the racetrack. What is yours?
Yeah, well, I want to see if Chase Elliott can make it 5 in a row. He's been incredible. We saw in the Clash. He had a chance to win the Clash as well on the same racetrack. And can he make it 5 in a row? Great run in the Daytona 500, finishing second.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to what happened last week. We had 2 things things happen at the end of the Daytona 500. We had, I think, what we can safely say is a surprise winner, and we had a first-time winner. Back to my earlier point, anything can happen when we go road course racing. Can we, to start 2021, 2 consecutive races, have maybe a first-time winner or at least maybe a surprise winner here on the road course today?
We certainly could. And speaking of those turtles, we're missing an opportunity here right now to get some new younger fans,
They're
right?
yellow turtles,
We could write the names of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on those turtles.
Only Shannon would know that,
Clint
though.
Boyer, we'll give him a Sharpie, let him go
I
do
bet he
that,
knows
all right?
them.
We've got much more to cover with race day here on FS1. And then, of course, over on Fox, here's a look at what's coming up around the turn. Donatello, Michelangelo.
We're just hitting the road on race day. Things were looking sweet for Kyle Busch until the late wreck derailed his Daytona. The 2-time champ will stop by to talk last week and how he looks to repeat his success from the Clash. And their competitors, friends, and brothers will take a special look at the Chip Ganassi pit crew members that are redefining the status quo. Michael Waltrip and Michael McDowell have one monumental thing in common. They'll sit down and talk about the emotions and craziness that comes with getting your first victory at the Daytona 500. It may not have been the outcome you hoped for, but Ryan Newman was back at the Daytona 500 last week, which is a win in many ways. He'll join us later. And Jeff Gordon and Clint Boyer hit the road in an epic race to the booth that you won't want to miss. That's all ahead of the green flag at Daytona on race day.
Expect the unexpected. It's the Busch Clash.
Try to force a mistake is all Chase Elliott can do.
He gets there. He's there. Elliott inside in the chicane. Pounds Ryan Blaney. Here comes Kyle Busch. And it's a drag race to the line. Kyle Busch is going to steal the Busch Clash. How about that?
Last week was Kyle Busch's first win on a road course in a Cup car since Sonoma in 2015. Take a look right there. You see all of his finishes. He, of course, has 2 at Sonoma, 2 at Watkins Glen, and then he was able to do it in the Clash last week. Looking to add to that in just a few hours. Kyle Busch joining us now from Daytona. Hey, Kyle, thanks so much for taking a few minutes. I love the fact that there are blue skies behind you, first of all. But we did just mention your last points-paying road course race was in 2015. How would you assess your road course program right now with that 18 team?
You know, it's a new program essentially with Ben Beshore being on board. We've got a whole new group here, but you know, as far as like winning it in 2015 and not winning since, there's been a lot of races at Watkins Glen I feel like I threw away, and chances that we had for shots of wins that just didn't materialize there. So, you know, Sonoma's a little bit more tricky for me. You know, I can run top 3. I think I finished second to Truex the last time we were there. So there's some good events on the road racing for me, and I feel like I'm a better road racer now, obviously, than what I was in the beginning of my Cup Series career. But there's also some other guys that have kind of jumped right in here that are really good right now as well, too, most notably Chase Elliott.
So, Kyle, last year, getting that win late in the season, and we know it had to be tough on you and the 18 team, but you mentioned a new crew chief, Ben Beshore. You started off by winning the Busch Clash this year. In fact, go back a couple of years ago, you and him won 4 of 7 races in the Xfinity Series. What does Ben maybe bring to you and the 18 team that was maybe missing last year?
Well, hopefully he brings good handling race cars and speed. And, you know, so far, I guess we've had both. We had some pretty good speed and good handling here in the Daytona road race on Tuesday. And then when we came in with the 500 car, we were just missing something on speed. I don't know what it was still right now, but we had the car tucked down to the racetrack. We had everything as much as we feel like we could do on the car front. And it drove really good as well, too, in the 500. So, you know, there wasn't any handling issues at all. And so hopefully that can continue on through the season, and we can work on ways of making sure that not only do we have fast race cars when we unload and when we start these races, because there is no practice, but also just being able to go out there and have good handling cars that drive good, that you can put anywhere on the racetrack you want to go, and that you can make some moves that you need to be able to make. And Adam was awesome at that stuff as well, too. I mean, we would improve every single time we'd come down pit road for a pit stop. Every single time we would have practice years ago, you know, we would always improve and always, you know, go forward. It was rare any time that we ever had something that, you know, we went backwards on. But, you know, just changing it up a little bit, seeing what's next, and hopefully Ben's the guy that can lead us down the path of being able to collect another championship.
Kyle, I saw the tweet that you sent out congratulating Ty Gibbs on winning his first Xfinity race yesterday. And I'm just curious, have you helped him along the way as he's moved up through the different series, had any influence on him? And then just give us kind of your reaction to seeing how excited that Coach Gibbs was when he finally took the checkered flag yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've not had as much as Coy Gibbs probably has influence on him, bringing him up through and the things that he's done. But Ty, he's always been, you know, kind of my little buddy. And, you know, when I first joined Joe Gibbs Racing in 2008, I mean, shoot, he wasn't nothing but a 6 or 7 year old, you know. So, you know, just kind of talking with him, talking racing with him, you know, him being a fan of racing, getting into his go-kart days and going through the go-karts into the bigger karts and then getting into the K&N series and the ARCA series and all that sort of stuff. I mean, he's been, you know, doing a good job of learning and listening and taking it all in. And he's on that simulator like all the time. So we talk about how good William Byron is about, you know, being on the simulator and then being able to transfer and get to the Cup Series level. I think Ty's our next William Byron in that sense, that he does a really good job with that stuff and enjoys that stuff and uses that tool to his advantage.
It was certainly a big day for Grandpa Joe out there. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. And I know you mentioned that Brexton is racing this weekend, so you let him know that everyone here at Fox is rooting for him as well.
Yeah, you guys are probably rooting louder for him than you are for me. I know that's fact, but hey.
That's not true.
I do wish him good luck. I hope he has a good day today, and whoever finishes worse has to buy ice cream on the way home. So hopefully myself and the Interstate Batteries Camry can run up front today and we can win this thing. So Brexton's got to buy me ice cream.
That is the best bet ever. Thanks, Kyle. Good luck with that.
All right.
It's awesome. I love that. Ice cream for everyone. I have a feeling everyone's going to win on that situation. I know. Chocolate ice cream. Larry, what do you need to see out of Kyle this season? Obviously, he just talked. He sounds great. He sounds excited and fresh. And so what do you want to see out of him?
No, he does have a little bounce in his step. But again, he talked about making the car better in practice. And we know he was very vocal last year. The last 32 races, we ran those events without practice. We're going to do it 28 times this year. Can he and Ben Bayshore unload that car and be close to just fine-tuning in the race without these practice sessions?
Yeah, and I think the best comparison we can give Kyle Busch right now is to his teammate Denny Hamlin. You think back to 2018, no wins for that team. We had Denny out of the car at that point. The following season, new crew chief comes back. He's won 13 races in 2019, 2020. I think we could see something pretty similar from a guy like Kyle Busch.
Yeah, it could certainly be a big day, a big weekend for Grandpa Joe, right? Kyle Busch rolls off 14th today. We've got much more coming up on race day. Here's something for you. It's a question. What does A.J. Allmendinger's career and his cat have in common? I said cat. We'll tell you. Then move over, Dr. Phil. We'll dig into some couples counseling right there for those two. We'll be back. Welcome back to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. So happy you're here with us today. One guy that's happy to be in the race today, A.J. Allmendinger, certainly one of the more unique drivers in the field. And his biggest fan is his furry little friend.
Hi, I'm A.J. Allmendinger. I'm the dad of Mr. Tickles. We rescued him as a stray. Sometimes I feel as a stray. He definitely has 9 lives, and as of right now, I feel like I have 9 racing lives.
The schedule this year, it looks totally different.
We're not on a super speedway. We are on the road course.
A.J. Allmendinger, he was known as a road racer, and A.J.'s a great road racer.
Hey, it's great to have something where people look at you and say, you know, we want you to do this for sure for us. It's something that I've always enjoyed. It's been my background, you know, since I was 11 years old, was road course racing, and I love to do it. Now, be a road course racer is even more critical than it's ever been, and it seems like it's going to continually go that direction.
Meow, Larry Mack.
Call him Kitty Cat.
I just wanted him to say meow.
So
Jamie's
weird.
a cat guy, so you're not going to hear the words kitty kitty in today's race, but you're going to hear stuff like chicane and the bus stop. But according to you, that's not the toughest spot on this track. Let's bring up our iRacing track map. Show me the trouble spots, Jamie.
Yeah, well, everything you said is a trouble spot, but I think that turn 1 is the one that sticks out the most. You have that huge transition from the main oval to the road course. Right here, Kurt Busch started on the front row of the class. You see, he still hasn't let off the gas yet, and it's really hard hard to judge the braking point on a restart because it's a different braking point than what they have on their green lap. We're going to see right here the difference in speed and braking points on a restart versus a green flag lap, and that makes it tough to judge for these guys. The other thing that you need to look at is the fact that you have such a runoff area in turn one, Larry. So if you do overshoot the corner, it's forgiving.
Yeah, if I was one of the crew chiefs for these 40 drivers, I've got a lot of information in my data bank. I watched the Busch Clash, I watched the truck race, Xfinity Series race, and I know it can be inviting to drive it off in there and get all you can while you can. But if you go in there and you do what Kurt Busch did, or you spin out, or late exit of turn one, you're off in the grass, or you knock the nose of the fenders, we've taken 2 steps forward and 8 steps back. In like a lamb, out like a lion.
2 steps forward, 8 steps back. That's
not good. That does not equate to good.
A good day. So there is a good chance feelings are going to get hurt in Daytona today. After all, you do everything that you can to win the race. And last Sunday, well, the teammates of Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski weren't too happy with each other. Joey said being a teammate is like being in a marriage. You don't have to agree. You have to move on through the good and the bad.
Love, some say, is eternal. Others say it's like a fiery, burning wreck on the last lap of the Daytona 500.
Teammates!
But either way, true love comes with its ups and downs. And relationships are often like a race. Parts of the race might be exhilarating. Parts might require you to trade some paint. Just know that for every feud,
I can't drive everybody else's car.
It's just racing. Things happen.
there will be some amazing joy-filled finish lines and celebrations. Just maybe not for you two, since, you know, you guys keep wrecking each other. But for someone. Because remember, guys,
Life is a team sport.
Oh, we love these two.
I don't know about Joey's marriage, Larry, but my marriage, when there's an argument, I say, yes, ma'am, you're right, and we just move on.
That's not what I say. I tell Linda, if I agreed with you, that means we both would be wrong.
That's not, Shannon, that's not how it works in my house.
And that's why he sleeps here at FS1 during the NASCAR season. All right, let's get to Joey and Brad. Where does it go with these guys?
Well, I'm going to go back to something Joey Logano said on this set earlier in the week on Race Hub. We do have one of the most unique sports that there happens to be. We have teammates, but we race against them. I go back to Robert Yates. One reason he was always reluctant to start a second team, he said, when they make victory lane big enough to put 2 cars in, I'll consider starting a second team. But the irony of this whole thing is when Roger Penske was thinking about hiring Joey Logano before 2013, Brad Keselowski was a guy standing there going, I want him to be my teammate, but we just have seen this relationship deteriorate ever so slightly over the last few years. You're just talking about 2 of the most competitive race car drivers in that garage area.
Bob Pocker said that they did speak this weekend. Does this concern you at all?
No, I don't care if Brad and Joey get along. I honestly, like, even as like a team owner, I would like for everybody to get along, but I don't think it matters. For years, having a teammate meant you would come in after practice, you would both talk about your car, you'd say, look, this is what they changed, this is what I felt. It's just not that way anymore. It's really more about the engineers and the crew chiefs talking back and forth. It doesn't matter if the drivers get along, because once you get on the track, you're no longer teammates. And in super speedway racing like we had last weekend at Daytona, it's evolved as well. It's not just about teammates at Penske, it's about Ford, Chevy, Toyota. That's your teammate now. It's the whole manufacturer. So I think this has changed over the years, and as much as we want Joey and Brad maybe to get along, I just don't care.
Yeah, I don't care if they're good friends. I don't care if they go out to lunch and have dinner together. But in the words that I heard the Ford people tell their drivers last Sunday morning before the Daytona 500, short and sweet, play nice. Play nice.
Play nice. We've been asking the question, are there teammates in NASCAR forever? Jeff Burton said it perfectly one time. He said, we're not teammates, we're business partners. And I loved that answer. Take a look. Joey Logano right there. He rolls off 11th today. Brad Keselowski will roll off 15th. So there's a good chance early on this race we might see these two guys play nice, right?
Play nice.
Play nice. All right, straight ahead. Denny Hamlin, hey, he wants you to help him name his album and songs. We have a couple of ideas for you there, Denny, and we'll show you what they are. Plus, we're going to play a little game we like to call What Are the Chances? That's coming up next. It's on FS1.
This race is all about fun.
Be ready.
Expect the unexpected.
No, asphalt good.
Grass and dirt bad.
Whoa, abort.
Wow.
Man.
Are you kidding me?
I've got chills in my spine.
How about that?
Oh, around goes Kevin Harvick. Throwing up the dirt everywhere.
This is going to be amazing.
We got a flat tire or something. Simple. Let's just go straight to the garage.
If you liked that little ditty, don't miss a weekend here on race day. We'll have more. Hey, take a look at this. Denny Hamlin posted this on social media, that picture. Asked people to name the album cover. We've got a couple. What do you think? Air Hamlin? Good? Yeah?
I like Top Guns.
One man, two carry.
I'm not sure about that one. Yeah.
I believe I can fly. I like this one. I'm on a boat.
I do like it. I do like it.
Ham.
Oh, H-A-M.
I just want to see an album cover that says, "How about that?"
What, from Pusha T? Would it be?
Whatever.
All right, whatever. Let's play What Are the Chances? Whatever. How about that? Larry, you'll go first. Tell us what the chances are percentage-wise. What are the chances there's a last lap spin for the win?
I'm going to say about 65%. You know, we obviously saw it in the Busch Clash, and there's a lot more on the line today than there was in the Busch Clash. So I'm going to say about 65%.
What do you think?
Well, because of what he just said, the fact that it's not the Busch Clash, I'm going to lower that a little bit to 35%. I think in the Clash, it's more of a kind of all-out, no consequences type race, so I'm going to keep it a little lower.
You need to tell Martin Truex Jr. that and Jimmy Johnson from a few years ago at the Charlotte Rover.
I know you guys don't care what I think, but I think 100%, and we'll see how that goes at the end of the race.
You're right on that.
I know.
We don't care.
Well, Jamie, what are the chances a past champion wins today?
I'm going to give this a high chance, 95%. And here's why. You got Chase Elliott, who's going for 5 in a row. Martin Truex Jr. is the only other driver that's won in, I think, the last 7. And Kyle Busch, who won the Clash. So pretty good chance today, Shannon.
95.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 60%. There's 7 past champions in the field. That means there are 33 drivers that are not. So I'm going to go somewhere around 60%.
C7, 33, 6 back, 4 forward. Yeah, all that stuff.
Sure.
What are the chances that A.J. Allmendinger is in the top 10 at some point in the race before the end of stage 2?
Yeah, that's a lot of racing, and he's going to have a fast race car. Nobody has more laps around this track than A.J. Allmendinger. The caveat is the way strategy will work, especially starting as a deep, but I'm still going to give her 80%.
Yeah, and I'm going to give it even more. I'm going to go at 90% because of the fact there's a lot of racing. And that team's not racing for points. It's just do what you have to get there when it counts at the end of stage 2 and put yourself in a good position.
Ooh, not racing for points. What possibly could go wrong?
Could we up it a little bit?
He was racing for points yesterday. Look what happened.
Exactly. He had a fast car yesterday. All right, so there's no question that the drivers get the glory. They are the face of the team. So that might make the pit crew the heart, right? And today's pit crews operate very differently than they did in the past because their prep and their brotherhood extends far past Sunday. Here's a look at our new series, The Brotherhood.
One more deep inhale, and when you are ready, you can slowly begin to unwind.
The yoga for us is just a good chance to mentally reset. So much happens on a race day. It's important for us to not carry that into the next week. And so this is our chance to just mentally reset.
Just be exactly as you are, just observing, feeling, settling into your body.
Like everything we do is noisy. This is just to kind of bring some balance.
We're going to just look at the dual stop. This 13.3 was the second fastest stop of Speed Weeks.
You know, every Tuesday we watch film together as a team, kind of clean up little details that come about during the race.
Kimmerer, I'd just be a little careful on wrench toss.
Oh yeah, that one popped out. If the wrench goes back over the wall, then it's a penalty. So, you know, we just try to make sure that you're just taking care of those type of details.
A lot of what I wanted to talk about today was professionalism and awareness. It's not easy to sit and tell somebody, hey, man, you had a really bad day. Marshall?
Here we go, the big time stop.
Oh, baby. We'll watch it. The right side was likely quite a bit lower than he anticipated, so the jack didn't get all the way under the car. By the time he hustled around to the left, the handle didn't get tight, so the car came down. Set the jack, be deliberate about it, especially first stop. The first stop will never win you the race. It can lose it for you. Stop 6, 7, make a much bigger difference.
And we didn't get that. That's the bad thing about and that's the racing.
Yeah.
You might get one and that's it.
Tire blew. They're going to put us on the hook.
All it is making sure that mistakes don't compound on each other.
Hey, this is my first stop on the wall at Daytona, bro. All this is a learning experiment, and that right there alone, you know, when I see that, I know what to do.
Cool. That's all I got, guys.
Appreciate it, Rose. Hey, now let's go do some pit stops. My main focus is going to be jack placement, getting the peg so everybody can do their job.
I think he's asking all the right questions, and I know the next race is going to be amazing for him.
Rope course going to be higher.
Yeah. I'm confident leaving out of the film room. So if y'all wasn't talking to me, then I'd be concerned, man. I'd be concerned.
If we stop talking to you, that's when you're on your way out.
Yeah. I feel real good about it, bro. What I do, I gotta take it to the track.
You can check out part 3 in the series. It airs Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern, Race Hub on FS1. And, of course, you can catch the entire series at NASCAR.com. I think that that's so cool to kind of pull back the curtain and see what these guys do. And there's so many parallels between what they do on pit road and, say, like basketball or football.
Yeah, that's because they all came from those different sports. And I know all those guys pretty well, and they're very serious. They're also goofball all the time. I was shocked I didn't make the yoga video, Larry, because I was actually there just on the...
You were?
No,
really?
I wasn't there, no. But Mike Metcalf, who we heard speak there, he and Shot P run the pit crew division at Chip Ganassi Racing. And they're such good motivators, and they really know how to bring people together as a team, and they have a lot of unique ideas, but I think it works really well for those guys. And one thing I will tell you about that group of guys is that we hear them talk about pit crew people are athletes, right?
No question.
Well, let me tell you something. I have been near that group, and they have invited me to CrossFit numerous times. I know my place. I did not go with them.
You just came and videotaped it?
It's incredible, how built those guys are. Yeah.
If you stick your head in a yoga class, one thing you will never see is Larry Mack.
Yeah, that's right.
Larry Mack does not do yoga. But people ask me some of the big changes in NASCAR over the years, and I will tell them the landscape of a pit stop. They practice pit stops now more than in a week than we did the entire season because our fabricators, our mechanics, they were our pit crew. Ray Evernham changed the landscape of pit crews back with the 24 car probably 20 years ago when he started hiring professional pit crew members, and that's all they do.
Would you hate me if Stump the Mac was all about yoga? Downward Dog, Warrior, Warrior 1, Warrior 2. Those are teammates on pit road. There are our teammates on pit road. When we come back, we're going to check in with Chris, Jeff, and Clint. We're also going to hear from Jamie Little and Regan Smith. It's all coming up next.
Race day on FS1 continues live here in Daytona as we get you ready for the road course race. Coming up a little later on Fox, top of the hour. I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for joining us here trackside at the start of the grid. It's the place to be. It's where it all happens. Found a couple of drivers looking for a ride, and Jeff Gordon and Clint Boyer, you'll hear him on the broadcast. But in this broadcast of the road course here at Daytona, you're going to hear terms like bus stop and dog leg and horseshoe and turtles. Sounds more like a carnival than it does a race, but it'll make sense because you drivers have it figured out. And you're going to take us through a little bit what the driver sees and what those terms mean. And Clint, we'll start with you. I know brakes are a hot item.
I think they are. It's going to be, if you're going to win this race, you're going to have to take care of your brakes. You're going to take a lap. This is a driver data. This is stuff that everybody, every team, every organization studies. One thing you're going to see here is the brake pressures at the bottom of your screen. Brake pressures are so important. You got to taking care of your brakes. You see, the one thing that I like, Jeff, right here is through the infield. You see a lot of brake temperature. Brakes going up, 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 up. Then you have that long straightaway to finally let these things cool off.
Yeah, and here we come into one last braking zone, turn 6, and then you get this big launch onto the high banks here at Daytona. NASCAR turns 1 and 2 up through the gears, 2nd, 3rd, 4th gear, all the way up to over 190 miles per hour as you come into one of the biggest braking zones and passing zones. The bus stop, heavy on the brakes, left, right, left, back up into the banking here, and NASCAR turns 3 and 4.
But Chris, it's not over. We got one more chance. Big dive bomb. We saw it in the Busch Clash for the win. One last chance in this chicane. Heavy braking zone. Always a good passing zone.
And a great place for it to go wrong.
That's all right.
Kyle Busch survived the clash on this type of course. So nobody's won more road course races than you in NASCAR history. So like at home, some people are easier on the brakes than others to last. What about drivers in this race that have done it well?
No doubt. You know, I think the best road racers, they know how to get some kind of clean air, maybe know when to back off a little bit and when to go for it. And if you look, actually, the car behind us, Chase Elliott, I think the best place you can cool these brakes and save these brakes is the opening on the grills. Let air get to those brakes and keep them cool.
Yeah, but modulating, you got to do that with the pedal. Going in there, not slamming on the brakes. If you do that with these cars, they wheel hop. That rear end starts a hop. You slide to front wheels. We've seen a lot of that. Locking up those front wheels, flat spot in your tire could result in a flat tire. You got to take care of your brakes. Folks, what we're trying to say, your brakes are going to be an issue today.
But flat spotting the tires is going to be another big issue. We saw it yesterday in the Xfinity race.
Might have overheated brakes. Chase Elliott's won 4 road courses in a row. He won this race last year when it was run in August. More on that top of the hour with the race coverage, NASCAR on Fox. Right now, let's check in with our pit team, and we'll start with Jamie Little. Jamie?
Well, with 5 road course wins, Chase Elliott is the winningest driver on this style of track in the field. And Chase, when it comes to this style of racing, you hear different approaches. Some say you have to be super aggressive. Others say you have to use finesse. What is your approach, and how does it work so well?
Yeah, I guess just whatever you kind of need that day. I don't necessarily know that I sit down and have a super exact plan of how I want to attack the day. Just try to do what I need to do to go fast, and try to give good information to Alan and the guys about what I feel like the car needs to do that. And I feel like we just work really hard on putting emphasis on things that matter, and really just don't worry about things that don't. And we try to keep things really simple at the 9 team. So we're like I said, we try to be simple people, and we're not smart enough to do anything else. So we keep it simple and hope for the best.
All right, keep it simple. I guess that's the key to winning here. He'll roll off from the pole once again. Regan Smith?
Well, Jamie, undoubtedly one of the best road racers in the NASCAR circuit is Martin Truex Jr. So much success at all these road courses we're on. In particular, this Daytona road course, you have been fast. How much does that excite you about today?
It definitely excites me. I think we've shown a lot of speed here. We just haven't been able to put it all together. So, after the disappointment of the Clash last week, I've been kind of chomping at the bit, ready to get going in this one again. So, got another crack at it today, and hopefully we can, be mistake-free with our Bass Pro Camry and get it up front and stay there.
Martin, I know you mentioned last week's disappointment in under yellow. I know you had a little bit of trouble getting the right course underway. Yes. So I'm going to give you this. Yes. I want you to put this on your dashboard today. If you win, I won't take all the credit, but I'm going to take some of it. So we'll make sure we tape this to the dashboard.
So I noticed they put cones there. That was very helpful when watching it on TV. It's just one of the things, I'm all talking on the radio. I'm daydreaming about, okay, we can relax for a minute, talking about the car on the radio, trying to get ready for the stop. And I'm like, oh my God, I just drove by the chicane. That was the dumbest thing I think I've ever done in my entire career. So I appreciate the map. I don't need it, but I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Shannon, I'm just looking out for him. He's going to have a good day today.
Thank you, Regan. You got to send that map back so Larry McReynolds can put it in his folder. So last weekend, it was all about the Michaels, from Jordan to McDowell. So it's fitting that our Michael, Waltrip that is, continues the trend, sitting down with his former driver to talk about the big win. Here's Michael and Michael.
You know what, I was laughing coming here today. When we were headed to Daytona a week ago, it was all about Michael. Michael was going to be in Daytona. Michael Jordan.
That's right.
And we leave Daytona, and it's all about Michael.
Yeah.
Michael McDowell. It's crazy thinking about everything you're going through?
It's been overwhelming this week. You know when you drive down here that you hope you have a shot at it. So much has to go just right to get into that position, and I think that there was a lot of those weekends where you're just like, man, what am I doing here? For me, it was always about, yeah, but if you keep doing this, one day you'll get a shot. You know, I never would have thought of in the Daytona 500 and to be a Daytona 500 champion, so it hasn't all sunk in.
Showtime at Daytona now. All the marbles on the table.
I've talked to many of your competitors, and I'll tell you what one of your friends said. Michael McDowell is the nicest guy when he's not in the car. And that person was Joey Logano. Do you agree with Joey's surmise?
Yeah, I do, you know.
White flag.
I'm paid to drive a race car, and I drive my guts out.
The run's on top.
Oh, around they go in a hard crash. Michael McDowell has won the Daytona 500.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. Trophies are awesome, and you know, to have the Harley J. Earl in my house, that's amazing. But those friendships will last forever. I love you. It just means so much. You know, my family means so much to me.
They gotta keep it together.
If they were there, I don't think I'd have been able to keep it together. I know I wouldn't have, because as soon as I called them on FaceTime, I just started losing it. You know, my son, he's old enough to get it. Daddy, how come Keelan's daddy wins every weekend? Yeah. How come Brexton's daddy's always in victory lane? Well, when are you going to get to victory lane? And it's one of those opportunities where I've had before this to tell my kids, life's not always fair. You just don't know if you ever get a shot again. But you're going to fight hard. Even if I hadn't won the race, it's still a privilege to be one of 40 every weekend. And so when I saw my son afterwards, I said, buddy, we won. What do you think? He's like, don't give up.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
Like, you could see him get emotional when his son said to him, don't ever give up, because you realize that the lessons as a parent, they're listening and they're watching and they're learning. And to me, such an incredible story, because anyone who knows Michael McDowell knows that that smile is there whether he finishes 40th or whether he finishes first.
Yeah, kudos to Michael for keeping it together right there, because like that was, I think, for all of us watching. And the thing that resonated with me listening to that piece is he talked about his oldest son, Trey, saying, you know, Dad, why is Keelan's dad and Brexton's dad always winning? Why aren't you? Because, and I've said this since I had kids, when you're a kid, you spend your whole life racing trying to impress your mom and dad, your parents. As soon as you have kids, that transitions to trying to impress your kids, right? You're like, I want them to think I'm the cool dad. I want them to think that you know, I'm just doing the right thing. And then the fact, you know, and Shannon, you led to this, that we try to lead by example, and never giving up is something that everyone tells their kids. And for him to kind of prove that, you know, to his kid, it's so cool that Trey said that to him.
Yeah, and because of the way the field is set, he's going to have a great look at the green flag waving, because he's going to start right up there on the front row besides Chase Elliott. So great starting spot, and he's a good road racer. He finished 10th at this road course race back in August. But I want to say Michael Waltrip did a really nice job with that, and I thought Michael was the perfect guy to do that interview because they can relate so much. Those two drivers that were sitting there, they have the longest winless streak prior to getting their first career win, and they both did it in the biggest race of the year, the Daytona 500. Another thing people may not realize, Michael McDowell drove for Michael Waltrip the second year of MWR in 2008, and it was kind of a struggling season, and the highlight reel, the qualifying at Texas, I don't think it's going to go away, but now we have more highlight reel on Michael McDowell.
Hazel and Carter, Liam and Brady, don't ever give up. It doesn't matter if you finish first, it's how hard you work, right? That's our advice. Coming up, a chance to win $10,000 of Clint Boyer's money. We'll tell you how you can do it when we get back.
Boy, once again, man, you got us running late. Mike Joy's waiting for us up there.
I got it. The race is on.
One lap around the track. Boyer, you're going to be chasing me again, and like usual, no change.
There we go. Pick up. Woo! Bring it on, Boyer.
Do you see those guys? I saw them doing that live, so I can't.
I have a saying. I just don't have a good feeling about this. I just don't have a good feeling.
I've got a video, and one of the cars like almost goes over.
Almost flipped, right?
Yeah.
I laughed because when we were doing our conference call for the show, you like out of nowhere were like, "Oh my!" And we're like, "What happened?" We thought there was a death in the Spake family.
You guys were watching me on Zoom, and I had my phone like this as I was recording what I was watching. Before the cars hit the track, let's tell you how you can win some money today. Take a look. You can enter Clint's Fox Bet Super Sticks Stage 2 contest for your chance to win $10,000 of Clint Boyer's money. All you have to do is download the app and answer 6 questions about Stage 2 for your shot to win. It's free to play. Don't miss out, and play while there's still time to do so. So we're going to help the folks at home out. You ready?
Okay.
You want to help them out? Got a couple questions.
I am.
These they're ready for these questions, folks.
It sure
so
is
it's not
nice
like
of Clint
back.
to put his money up like that.
Would you rather have Jeff Gordon's money?
I think Jeff has a lot more. I think I would.
I'll take either one of them.
Either one of them, all of it, $10,000.
Not discriminate on that.
Right? So Larry, how old will the winner of Stage 2 be?
Oh, so considering there's a couple of 40-year-olds that I think will run well, it makes me where I don't have to do the math like you had me doing yesterday. How many turns will there be in the Xfinity Series race? But Martin Truex Jr. is 40, Denny Hamlin's 40, so 37 or older.
There you go, 37 or older. I like that. Question 2 there, Jamie. Which of these drivers, we'll pop them up here in a second, will have the fastest lap by the end of Stage 2?
Well, Shannon, if you'll pay attention for like the next 5 minutes of this show, there's going to be a common theme here of a name that I'm going to say. And I'm going to take Chase Elliott right here.
You're giving away the lead right there.
Did you watch the Xfinity show yesterday? Allmendinger and Cindric.
All right, question 3, Larry. Which manufacturer will win Stage 2?
Well, I'm going to keep my theme going. The 2 drivers that are 40 years old, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., they do drive a Toyota, so Toyota.
There you go. Which driver will gain the most positions in Stage 2? Obviously, it can't be Chase Elliott, so their team is not going to continue.
That's right. So this is the hardest one, I thought, of all the questions that I saw here. And the reason that I chose this driver is because in the Clash, he spun out a couple of times. And so he had to go to the back and restart. So I'm like, might happen again. He had a hard time in the right-hand turns, Larry, and it's Kevin Harvick. Because here's the thing. I think if he does have trouble today, it's a good enough race team, a good enough driver that they're going to recover.
All right, question number 5. How many cautions will there be in Stage 2?
Well, I think it's going to be a little wild in the beginning. I think, as I said yesterday, when they are told 10 to go, the wires start sparking inside the helmet. They just start driving over the top of each other. But I think Stage 2 will be a little bit calm. It's actually a short stage, 18 laps, which means we will not go back racing after the completion of Stage 1 to probably 13, 14 laps to go. So I'm going to say 1 and 1 only, and that will be for the end of Stage 2.
Jamie's saying don't listen to him, folks.
Based on what I've seen the last 2 days, 14 laps is a long time at this track.
It is a long time. All right, question 6 for you, Mr. Jamie Mack. Which driver will have the best finishing position in Stage 2? Just in Stage 2, finish the best.
Well, let me think really deep here.
Let me guess. There'll be a theme here.
I'm going to go with Chase Elliott, Shannon.
Chase Elliott.
Yeah, he's the guy.
There you go. Number 9, 9 times. All right, time to make our picks. I don't know who Jamie's going to pick. What do we think? I just don't know.
Do I get to go first?
Yeah, you're going first, James.
Well, only because I want to work this name into the show because it's like my favorite name.
The theme.
I'm going to start with Gordon Perkins.
There you go.
And if you watch the show, you know that he rings the siren or whatever.
Siren.
Whatever, yeah. So I'm going to go with Chase Elliott. I think he makes it 5 in a row.
5 in a row.
Okay, my guy, talked about him a couple of times a while ago. Finished 3rd when we were there in August. I know we don't live in a coulda, shoulda world, but should have been up there competing for the win, but he got a speeding penalty. Martin Truex Jr., he's won 3 of the last 9 road course races. Actually, with the twist of the knob about that much, he could have won 8 or 9 of those 9 road course races. He will go to victory lane today.
And he's got Regan's map inside there, so he should be good to go.
He should be good.
Today.
Don't cut the chicane.
My pick. Ready? It's not Chase Elliott, obviously, and it's not
Ryan. It's definitely not Chase Elliott.
It's someone that could have won the Clash, and
you guys are living in a coulda world.
Win the Clash. I'm going with Ryan Blaney today in the race, and I know he's starting 27th, but I looked back at some of the road course Roval finishes that he's had, and he started in the back.
He was fast in the Busch Clash.
I want to talk about 2 of those guys. Martin Truex Jr. starting 19th and 27th. If you're the pit for Ryan Blaney, if you're the pit crew, the guy on top of the pit box for this, what's your strategy to get them up front?
Yeah, and I think Martin Truex Jr. is definitely going to be one to watch because he's going to move forward. He's going to be fast. So much of my strategy is going to depend on how much ground we make up in that first stage, because going back and watching this race from last August, there was two distinct strategies. Focusing on stage points, which means running to the end of stage 1, the end of stage 2 before coming to pit road, or pitting before they close pit road before those two stage ends. There was two distinct strategies.
Yeah, well, Regan gave him a map, but what he should have gave him was a razor, because that beard is like wildebeest all of a sudden.
That needs a bush hog.
That is a lot of beard. Truex was by far the best car, I thought, in the class. Chase Elliott, I know, was in contention to win, got a little bit off with pit strategy, but I thought when they had equal tires, I thought that the 19 was a little bit better, so I expect big things from him as well.
Yeah, and of course, it's all shaken up because of the early wreck in Daytona 500. We've got much more coming up, getting you ready for the road course out at Daytona. Grab those remote controls, switch over to Fox. We will meet you there. A lot more coverage. Clint and Jeff racing those cars.
What could go wrong?
Nothing. We'll see you there.
The attributes required to win in Daytona have always resembled the track itself. Bold, disruptive, demanding by design. For the drivers who contend here, it's more than a location or a loop. It's a road to new beginnings, new rivalries,
teammates,
and now a new challenge. The Mecca plays host to a road course run, showcasing skill sets that combine precision with pure moxie. It's drag racing down the back stretch between turbulent turns, shaping speeds, shifting gears through brake zones and bus stops. The patience to pursue the right spot at the perfect time. A familiar place at a different pace. The road less traveled is next on Fox.
We welcome you live at a beautiful day to go racing in Daytona, Florida. Race day coming to you from the track. Daytona 500. This will be about half the miles on this road course that you'll see today. And there is the winner, the upset winner, Michael McDowell in his Ford of the Daytona 500. But how will he do today on the road course? Temperature in the 60s. There is no rain in the forecast as race day presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And we're on scene. We're actually on the track. You can see the cars behind us. This is the place to be. Nothing like being here at the racetrack. And we have the Hall of Famer, Jeff Gordon, the driver next door, Clint Boyer. I'm Chris Myers. This is the first of 7 road courses on the schedule this year, the most ever that they're going to have on their schedule. And you've won. You were the king of the road courses more than anybody else. In fact, our road scholar will call you.
All right.
So how about the drivers today? And we see the cars lining up. I would assume the defending Cup champion, Chase Elliott, probably the favorite coming in since he's been on a hot streak with road courses.
He really has, Chris. And I mean, he's the current road course king. He's already won 4 in a row of the last road course. He's going for 5 in a row today. And he's going to be starting on the pole position because of that great finish in the Daytona 500. He has an excellent shot at actually getting that 5th in a row and going on to do a lot more on the road courses with all of them, like you mentioned, this year.
Wait a minute, Jeff. You can't ever outrun old Momentum. Michael McDowell. He's starting up front. He's the Daytona 500 winner and a handful of momentum on his side. Look out for this.
And a heck of a road course race.
That's right.
Yeah, and some other guys to watch, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, guys who have done well on the road course. You even won on a road course.
What do you mean?
A lot more. We care. A lot more coming up. You're going to hear from Charlotte as the crew there is ready to take it over. But first, here's what's around the turns. We're live in Daytona.
Still ahead, we'll hear from Ryan Newman as he gets ready to make his second official run on Daytona's road course today. Then Michael McDowell sits with our Michael to express what it meant to have his name etched in history as a Daytona 500 winner.
Michael, check out the hardware they gave me.
I know, I got 2 of those.
Just before we put it out on some unexpected moves with Jeff and Clint. That and more as we get you to Green Flag.
Welcome back to Race Day. So there's a look at Ryan Newman's number 6 for today's race. You notice the black and white paint scheme. Well, it's to recognize that his team is the first to become carbon neutral. And as we welcome you into the Charlotte studio alongside Jamie McMurray, I'm Shannon Spake. Larry McReynolds is going to be with us in just a moment, but we do want to head back out to Daytona and say hello to Ryan Newman. Ryan, so thankful for you joining us here today. Tell us a little bit more about your team's carbon neutral initiative powered by Castrol.
Yeah, really proud to be a part of this. What Roush Fenway Racing has done in partnership and with the leadership of Castrol has been pretty amazing. So last year we became carbon neutral as a team, as a shop, and just trying to be a leader and a leader in the NASCAR industry, and hopefully for the fans and all the people that are watching. So go to castrol.com/driving for change. You can learn more about what we've done and the things that you need to do to be more respectful and responsible to the environment. That's really what it all comes down to.
Yeah, what a great program, Ryan. Looking ahead to today, for the majority of your career, there were only 2 road courses on the schedule. We have 7 this year. Even though you haven't won on a road course, you're a really good road racer. So what's your take on adding all the road courses to the schedule this season?
I look forward to parts of it. I mean, there's times where we get to practice and there's times that we don't get to practice, but in reality is there's a lot more times and opportunities for us to get better at it. You know, it used to be you had the road course ringers coming in and you had a chance to maybe run in the top 5, and you mixed it up with those guys, hopefully, and the guys that were really good at it. And now it's become pretty much a dedicated part of what we're doing. It's you know, almost 25% of our schedule, and we have to put a lot of focus on it, and I'm fine with that. We just, you know, we had the fortunate abilities there with the Clash to get some laps in, and hopefully those will pay off today.
Pretty much, if you don't like it, you better like it. That's the theme for the road courses this season. Thank you so much,
End
Ryan.
result, yes. Thank you.
Of course. There's so much to break down in today's race, especially when it comes to the challenges that the track presents itself. Larry McReynolds is going to break it down right now.
Well, Shannon, I'm going to take a look at our track map, and we're going to focus in the area about 2/3 away down the back straightaway, what we call the bus stop. It consists of a left-hander turning in, 2 right-handers, and then to exit it, another left-hander. Now, if you go back to the Busch Clash with all the dirt and grass that was thrown on the racetrack, what they did is the second half of this bus stop, they added what we call turtles on the outside of the rumble strips. They're almost like big speed bumps. This is to keep the drivers from getting off into the grass and the dirt and dirtying up the racetrack. But, Jamie, the last thing you want to do is get out there on those turtles. It will absolutely kill the front splitter of the race car.
Well, great explanation there, Larry, and I couldn't agree more. We've learned over the years at Charlotte when they first added those that hitting them will tear your car up, so I'm sure all the guys will stay off of them today.
We've got much more coming up in just a second. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Drive always, discover possibilities. Goodyear, more driven and more race day coming up next.
COVID may have knocked us on our heels,
But this is America, and we're ready to fight back. So let's continue wearing masks, practice social distancing,
and educate ourselves on the benefits of COVID vaccines. So join me and Clint and millions of other Americans, because when we all come together, COVID hasn't got a shot.
Welcome back to Race Day, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Now it's time for an update on the Coca-Cola family of drivers. So we got Austin Dillon and Denny Hamlin. They're filling up row 2, starting 3rd and 4th. Joey Logano rolls off 11th. Ryan Newman will start 33rd, and Daniel Suarez in the 35th starting position. So take a look at this. Denny Hamlin earlier this week, he tweeted this picture out, and he asked folks to say, hey, name the album cover, right? So, because I guess he thinks it looks like an album. Okay. We made our own. We're helping you out a little bit here, Denny. What do you think, Larry Mack? Give us our name of our album is...
One Man, Two Carry 'Em.
That was so well scripted right there.
That we did that.
If you think that's the one we picked, you ought to have seen the others.
That was like quick. We were ready for it. We're ready for this, right? A little hit the gas, pump the brakes, have a little fun. You can play it along at home if you would like to. First question, Jamie. Chase Elliott will become the all-time winningest road course winner this season. Of course, he only needs 5 to pass.
Only 5?
Only 5.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to hit the gas because, Larry, at the rate he's going, he'll have that done by November of this year.
Well, yeah, 25 years old. There's 7 road course races this year. Very possibly before the end of 2021, he's going to pass Jeff Gordon. But in Jeff's defense, 7, it would be 3.5 years most of his career before we would run 7 road course races. So hit that gas.
That siren just needs to be on go. Larry, Kyle Busch will outrun his teammates today.
I'm going to say pump the brakes. I just think Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., I think Kyle's going to run good, but I don't think he's going to outrun those others.
Yeah, I'm going to pump the brakes too. Exact same reason. You look back to the Clash, Truex and Denny led the majority of that race. Now, Kyle won because he was in the right position at the right time, but I think it'll be tough to outrun those two guys.
Okay, so next one, leader will overshoot turn 1 on half of the restarts.
So I'm going to say pump the brakes. I know that we saw it a bunch, but I feel like people learn from their mistakes. We've all watched the races. We haven't seen it as much as we did in the Clash, so I'm pumping the brakes.
This is where we go our separate ways. Hit the gas because it's hard to not overshoot it when you have the rear wheels picked up off the ground with someone pushing you off into turn 1.
Is that what happens?
Absolutely.
Is that what happens? Okay, how about this? Michael McDowell and Michael Waltrip have a lot of common ties. Their name, of course, winning their first race after not winning for a very long time and winning that very first race at the Daytona 500. There's also a lot of history between the two Michaels, and they had a chance to sit down to chat about it all.
You know what, I was laughing coming here today. When we were headed to Daytona a week ago, it was all about Michael. You know, Michael was going to be in Daytona. Michael Jordan.
That's right.
And we leave Daytona, and it's all about Michael.
Yeah.
Michael McDowell. It's crazy thinking about everything you're going through.
It's been overwhelming this week. You know when you drive down here that you hope you have a shot at it. So much has to go just right to get into that position, and I think that there was a lot of those weekends where you're just like, man, what am I doing here? For me, it was always about, yeah, but if you keep doing this, one day you'll get a shot. You know, I never would have thought of in the Daytona 500 and to be a Daytona 500 champion, so it hasn't all sunk in.
Showtime at Daytona now. All the marbles on the table.
I've talked to many of your competitors, and I'll tell you what one of your friends said. Michael McDowell is the nicest guy when he's not in the car. And that person was Joey Logano. Do you agree with Joey's surmise?
Yeah, I do. You know,
white flag.
I'm paid to drive a race car, and I can drive my guts out.
The run's on top.
Oh, around they go in a hard crash. Michael McDowell has won the Daytona 500.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. Trophies are awesome, and you know, to have the Harley J. Earl in my house, that's amazing. But those friendships will last forever. I love you. It just means so much. You know, my family means so much to me.
They gotta keep it together.
If they were there, I don't think I'd have been able to keep it together. I know I wouldn't have, because as soon as I called them on FaceTime, I just started losing it. You know, my son, he's old enough to get it. Daddy, how come Keelan's daddy wins every weekend? Yeah. How come Brexton's daddy's always in victory lane? Well, when are you going to get to victory lane? And it's one of those opportunities where I've had before this to tell my kids, life's not always fair. You just don't know if you ever get a shot again. But you're going to fight hard. Even if I hadn't won the race, it's still a privilege to be one of 40 every weekend. And so when I saw my son afterwards, I said, buddy, we won. What do you think? He's like, don't give up.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
If you're a parent and that doesn't get you when you see that moment, Michael,
give up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a big one.
Yeah, so good. And I think something that stuck out to me there is that he talked about his kids saying, well, why is Harvick and Kyle Busch's dad always winning? Why aren't you? And as a dad, you want to make your kids proud, and that was a great piece right there. Super touching.
McDowell also a good road course racer, so we'll watch for him today. Let's head out to the racetrack. Chris, Jeff, and Clint, take it away.
All right, thank you, Shannon. There's Brad Keselowski, the only previous Cup champion in this race who has yet to win a road course race in his career, and his Penske Ford teammate Joey Logano. He has one, of course, at Daytona 500. Those two tangled last week with a chance for both of them to win the Daytona 500. Clint Boyer, people want to know who's at fault here. Your teammates, come on.
I'm going to tell you, neither one of them, in my opinion. Going for the biggest race of your career, the Daytona 500. Made the move with a big run. Joey made the block. end of the day, that's what happened.
Had Joey not put the block on, he still has a shot at winning this race. I think that you're going to look at that a different way if the next time you have that chance.
Well, obviously they wrecked, but come on, Jeff. You telling me you wouldn't have made that block?
It is
you telling me you wouldn't have made that run?
All right,
I might have.
Easy, though, but do you put the team ahead of yourself individually? You know, we know Keselowski never won a Daytona 500. Logano has.
It's so hard. When you're in that frame of mind, it's the closing lap of the Daytona 500. You want the win so bad. You're Keselowski. You got a big run. You're going for it. There's no way at that moment you're going, we need a win for Team Penske. You're thinking, I can get the win for Team Penske.
Does the bad blood carry over today on the road course, even though they're teammates?
Well, we finally had a chance. They talked about it today. Had a long week. I don't know why we waited until today, but at the end of the day, that's what happened. Had the conversation, got to get that in the rearview mirror. I look for both of these guys to do just that and be running up front today.
Well, I like watching them race. Do you get the impression that each thought the other guy was a little bit at fault?
Absolutely, 100%. But I will say, Roger Penske has a way of bringing drivers together and bringing the team together. So I do think, as long as they don't have another incident here today, they'll get past this, and it will be all about Team Penske.
We have a couple of moments before we get to Put It Out, your favorite segment in race day on pre-race shows. So some of the other drivers here, Denny Hamlin certainly capable on a road course.
Finished second here last year in the road course race. I thought that the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas of Denny Hamlin and Mark Truex Jr. looked very strong in the Clash last week.
How valuable was Kyle Busch running well in the Clash, which is on this road course format?
Oh, very valuable. But I do agree with Jeff. If everybody knew going into this year you had to close the gap to this 9 car. This 9 car has been dominant on these road courses in years past. The Gibbs bunch, I think they're the ones that had answered that call. Kyle Busch winning that race, huge shot in the arm for him and his team. I think it's going to be a big year for that boy.
And how about Kevin Harvick? This road course has not treated this guy kindly. Here's a guy that won 9 races last year, past champion. I mean, he just has dominated the sport, but boy, it's been everything but that here at this Daytona road course.
Yeah, Harvick in the second race of this entire season last year won more races during the regular season. You know, Bowman and Eric Jones, guys that might maybe not be favorites, but have a good shot of showing up well here today.
Oh, I think so, definitely. And I just talked about the 9 car. By the way, that's a 9 car teammate. You're looking at the data. If I'm Alex Bowman, I'm going to put on the show, and that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to pay big time attention to what that 9 car is doing on this racetrack.
You think you're having fun now, standing out here on the track. He just said he wished he was racing because the weather's so good in the cars. But let's go to Put It Out, and each week you can hashtag at Race Day and Fox NASCAR FS1 to send in yours. And this is throwing caution to the wind, Jeff.
Yeah, we're going to go to Lancaster Speedway, Lancaster, New York. And driver Jim Bryan gets turned into the wall of the pit lane and flips upside down. Put it out. Luckily, Jim was okay. Here it is again because it's so good.
Everybody okay?
That was a perfect flip. What do you mean is everybody okay?
I'm just assuming. All right, I'm going to go a little bit different here since, I'm used to the push mower, but how about lawnmower racing? This is from 2016 in Morton, Washington. This looks like some of my family members, my brothers working their lawnmower. It goes through the hay, into the fence. How do you get that driver to calm down?
Get off the gas, boy.
And put it out.
Put it out.
Get him out. Get him out.
Hold on, folks. Let's saving the best for last. Our very own, Chris, Jeff Gordon and Bugs Bunny. I said Bugs Bunny. Teeing it up 2002 golf cart race. Watch this. Gordon's on the pole. Coming off at 2. Wait a minute. Where'd you go, Jeff? You threw yourself off the golf cart. Poor old Bugs come off at 2. No driver. Put it out.
I can't believe you bailed on Bugs.
Listen.
How do you throw yourself off a golf
cart? Took the governors off that thing. I went in the corner so fast and turned the wheel. Boom.
I got to say, folks, please submit videos. Somebody on my Twitter sent that to me, and it was the best thing I had all
Send
week.
Some more of Clint, please.
More of him wrecking.
Or Chris.
Before we sent you up to the booth to call the race with Mike Joy, this is very different, super speedway to a road course. Greatest challenge. What's the biggest difference for drivers? Is this a more physical race than the middle part of the Daytona 500?
Well, no doubt. It's physical and it's mental because you cannot overdrive these corners. Got to be real careful in the braking zones and not use up your equipment.
Love this racetrack. I really do. Always produces great racing, whether it's a marathon 24-hour Rolex race, whether it was that short Busch Clash, and it's certainly going to pay out for us today. Love this racetrack.
Well, we appreciate you coming down here chatting on race day, the pre-race show on Fox, counting it down to the start of the race. You got to get up there and join Mike Joy. You got a long road ahead. I hope you guys make it in time. We ran a little long with you.
We got it.
You
We
sure?
can make up.
You're okay?
Don't worry about it.
All right, I'll be tap dancing here in the meantime. Stay with us. You're watching Race Day live from Daytona. We go from a super speedway to a road course, challenging for these drivers and challenging for Clint and Jeff. They got to get up to the booth. It's a long way to go. I hope they make it. Stay with us. I hope you will. Counting it down to the start of the second race of the NASCAR season. Fox NASCAR and Race Day coming to you live. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear for those that push the limits of possibility. Goodyear, more driven. Nice to see fans returning. There were some here for the Daytona 500 before rain and the delay and a dramatic finish, but those sunsplashed today. Temperature in the 60s, sunny, and ready for road course racing. They ran this last August here, but first time it's run as the second race of the season. It'll be 70 laps around a 3.6-mile track. We're glad you're with us, so let's go trackside for opening ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as Chaplain Jolene Johnson from Advent Health offers today's invocation.
Please join me in prayer. Dear God, today, thank you so much for the opportunity to gather together. I pray that you would bless every healthcare worker and every person who is stationed in the military around the world. We pray for every team and every driver. And I ask today that you would give us a vision of hope, a vision of peace, and a reason to smile today. In your name, amen.
And now, to perform our national anthem, please welcome the biggest selling and most awarded gospel artist of all time, with 12 Grammy Awards and over 17 million albums sold. Here is CeCe Winans.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
The drivers are ready. The fans are excited. Does Chase Elliott keep his road streak intact? Does McDowell go back-to-back? You're watching live on Fox.
Boyer, once again, man, you got a slate. Mike Joy's waiting for us up there.
Wait a minute, Jack, I got it. See a little race?
Oh, you're on. Let's do it.
We're gonna settle this once and for all. One lap around the track to the booth. It's a race.
Boyer, you're going to be chasing me again like usual.
No chance.
We're back live at Daytona. You can enter Clint's Fox Bet Super 6 Stage 2 contest for your chance to win $10,000 of Clint Boyer's money. Just download the app and answer the 6 questions for your shot to win. It's free to play. We don't want you to miss out, so play now while there is still time. We hope you have a lot of fun. Back here live from the grid. They're ready to go 253 miles, a lot of twists and turns as we welcome in Mike Joy in the booth, your play-by-play broadcaster, as he has been for Fox for the last 2 decades. And Mike, I thought that Clint and Jeff would be there by now. I don't see him. You all right up there?
Chris, this is on you. I'm going to bring Regan Smith up here and put you on pit road if I don't have some analysts here pretty quick.
This guy beat me. No way.
Run me wide, run me down. Whoa.
Oh, watch this dive bomb, Boyer.
Dive bomb, baby. Whoa.
That's my smoke screen.
Pretty narrow right here, boys.
About this.
No wonder they didn't make it to the booth. I think they saw the Days of Thunder movie just a few too many times, Mike. They want to live it again. But once a driver, always a driver, even on their way to the booth.
Yeah, let's see. It was the Radiator, wasn't it? Yeah, it must have been the Radiator.
I don't know who won. Maybe they'll tell you. Hopefully they'll make it to you when we start the actual race. Right now, let's stay down here for more pre-race ceremony.
Race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports from the Netflix's The Crew, actor and comedian Kevin James.
Drivers, you know what's coming. Start your engines!
Where am I? Where is?
You're leading the brake.
The engine. The engines are fired. The drivers are ready. So is Jeff Gordon and Clint Boyer. Will they make it to the booth on time to call the race? Stay tuned.
Playing catch up again, Boyer.
No way. Too close to call.
Too close to call. What is this, Days of Thunder?
Well, we put in a call to Ty Gibbs and Ben Rhodes, but it looks like Jeff and Clint might make it to the booth in time for the race. NASCAR Cup Series on Daytona Road Course. So while we await our expert analysts, let's take a look at this 14-turn road course. They'll run almost 1,000 corners, including the bus stop. It's not a chicane, but this is here on the front straightaway. 3.61 miles per lap, 14 corners, almost 1,000 turns total. Well, finally, boys, that was 2 perfectly good rental cars. What got into you?
You know, I just wish Fox would let us have a little fun.
No.
You know?
Hey, clearly, I was the winner, right, Mike?
No,
clearly.
No, you saw who got to the elevator first.
I only saw you get into the I didn't see you pull up. So we're going to call this a draw, and I hope that's the end of this.
Look how far behind he gets right here, Mike. I mean, come on. He's a professional race car driver. He's still wrecking, finally. is the caution.
I was one-handed. I had a headlight in my hand. What did you expect?
How'd that get there?
Well, a little bit of story behind that.
Yeah,
minor
magic.
details.
You know, folks, we wanted to auction those 2 cars off for charity, but one of them caught fire. There's not enough left. But tell you what, how about we sign some of the pieces and we'll autograph those? We'll auction those off.
We're going to be here a while if we're going to do that.
A lot of
still
pieces.
laying out on the track.
All right, speaking of a lot of pieces, we've had a truck race and we've had an Xfinity race on this road course this weekend, and we've had a whole lot of casual contact.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty more of that. It all could happen right in turn 1, Mike, at the start. We've seen these guys go 3-4 wide, especially on the restarts as this race starts to wind down. All those heavy braking zones, tough on the brakes, but also opportunity.
Clint, the Clash. We had drivers run out of brakes in the Clash. That was a short race.
Oh, I think you're going to hear a lot of brake conversation today, but I love this racetrack, Mike. The infield of this place is such a tight technical thing, and then you get up on the big racetrack itself, a lot of speed going into the bus stop. That last chicane saw a dive bomb in the Busch Clash. Oh, sparks will fly just like it did in that Clash. I'm looking forward to it.
Good. I'm glad I got your game faces back on because it's time to go to work here.
Tell you what, boys, let's dial up Michael McDowell. Let's see if we can get him here. Hey, Michael, it's Boyer up in the booth. You got us?
Good, so it should be okay. Let's get a read there.
Oh, he was getting us. Let's see. Hey, Michael McDowell, Boyer up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, Boyer.
Hey, about that bling. Got that ring last week. Daytona 500 champion. It's yours. Congratulations. Such a cool week for you.
Yeah, it's truly been unbelievable. Man, I cannot believe that we're Daytona 500 champion. Just so thankful. Thankful to God, thankful to my team. What an amazing week. And I get to come here to a road course. So definitely way better than coming to Michigan for us. So hopefully we'll have another good solid run and have some fun out there today. And I don't have to start 30th, so that's nice.
Well, man, certainly a big win for you. Everybody, everybody, and I speak for everybody, was excited to see you win that big Great American race. Congratulations. Good luck today. See what you got.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, we'll take a look at today's starting grid, sponsored by Tubi. Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell will share the front row. There's a couple of road course veterans for you. Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin has a road course win. Kevin Harvick won twice on the left and rights. And Ryan Preece, Corey LaJoie, Kyle Larson are your first 4 rows.
Yeah, in row 5, we got Ross Chastain starting 9th on the outside. Bubba Wall starting 10th, looking for his first top 20 on a road course. Row 6, Joey Logano, 1 road course win at Watkins Glen 2015, and outside of him, Christopher Bell in 12th. Row 7 got Cole Custer and Kyle Busch, 4-time road course winner, plus the Clash last week. And row 8, Brad Keselowski, hard to believe this, finished second 3 times on a road course, but yet to win. On the outside of him, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Row 9, Kurt Busch, Chase Briscoe in my old 14 ride. Let's see what he's got today. Right behind them, this is a good one. Martin Truex, he was really fast at the Clash. Be looking to keep an eye on him. Justin Haley on the outside. Row 11, Cody Ware, William Byron. William Byron, his teammate's going to be hard to beat. You know he's been studying his notes. Row 12, Josh Bilicki, Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick, boy, he was going for it on some restarts. Always fun to watch.
Looking a little further back now, Ryan Blaney. His early exit from the 500 puts him deep in the field.
It sure does, Mike. And this is a guy that's been really, really strong on road course. Matter of fact, he was coming down to that last chicane in the Clash last week. Going to win this race, I thought, until he and Chase Elliott made contact. So look for him to come up through the field.
And Clint, A.J. Allmendinger from the 17th row in a one-off ride here. He's a road course specialist.
Really got my eye on him today. Obviously, you said specialist, and that's for good reason. Extremely fast on road courses. Had a struggle, had a rough race yesterday in the Xfinity race. Looking forward to him to be able to shine in this 16th race card. Awesome opportunity for that group.
Timmy Hill running all 3 NASCAR National Series races this weekend. So NASCAR now only makes a few changes to these cars to run on a road course, mostly weather related. Here's Larry McReynolds. On a road
course, whenever we go to wet weather or rain conditions, the teams install rain tires. They're simply treaded tires just like on your passenger car. There are 3 other things that NASCAR mandates when we're under these wet weather conditions. One is a defogger. It's a blower on the top side of the dash. It draws air from under the dash that keeps the inside of the windshield clear. The second item is a windshield wiper, a single windshield wiper. It's essentially just like the one on your passenger car as well. And the third item is a blinking red running light. It's up in the upper left-hand corner of the back window. It's not a brake light. It's a running light that has to blink the entire time we're in wet weather conditions.
Thanks, Larry, with our Ford Performance virtual car. Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell. It's been more than 2 years since anybody but Chase Elliott won a road course race at NASCAR's highest division. Let's get down to pit road. Regan Smith, and first, Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Kyle Busch won the Clash here 2 weeks ago on this very road course. But this race today is longer, twice as long. I talked to his crew chief, Ben Bayshore. He said we needed to be better. We needed more speed, and we needed to take care of our brakes better and do something to help them in today's race. So they leaned on the 19, their teammate, Martin Truex Jr., for the setup notes. I talked to Kyle. He said, I'm taking it easy at the start of this race. He's starting 14th. It's all about brakes. That'll be on his mind start to finish. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, you mentioned Martin Truex Jr., always a threat to win when we come to the road courses, including the past 2 trips to this Daytona road course. Nearly won a week ago during the Clash. That car, though, unfortunately ended up crashed. The good news is they didn't plan to bring that race car back. They built a brand new race car for this race. Very similar setup, has this race team feeling very confident. The biggest thing to look out for, not getting damaged when they come from their 19th place starting spot. That's the only concerns they have today as they try to get Martin his 5th win on a road course. Mike?
Thanks, Regan. Ready to race in Daytona. 3 stages. Stage breaks at lap 16 and 34. Let's listen in on Michael McDowell's team.
All right, boys, let's have some fun today. So proud of you guys. I hope you all had a great week. Got to enjoy it as much as I did. Really appreciate you all being a part of it.
They face not the start-finish line, but the chicane on the front straightaway, turns 13 and 14. And then they'll be looking at the green flag. 70 laps is the distance. There are the stage breaks, 45 miles an hour pit road speed. And the Toyota Camry TRD pace car heads for pit road. We'll listen to Michael McDowell's spotter, Clayton Hughes. Here we go, green flag. McDowell overshoots turn 1.
Well, he and Austin Dillon made a little bit of contact. Oh, now he's gotten into the dirt there.
Not over yet.
Oh, still locking up tires.
So, in my opinion, what can't happen there, and we've seen this, whether it was a Clash, a truck race, Xfinity, on these starts, it's so important to get some temperature in them brakes. They want to lock up. Without temperature, you got to make sure you get temperature in your brakes.
Kyle Busch in trouble. Going into turn number 3, that car slowed and never regained race pace.
I see some damage to the right front fender there.
Quite a bit of damage.
Just wonder if he's worried he's got a tire down. Looks like it's up, though.
Big accordion
I think
there.
the splitter's down in the left front. He might have. Man, I think he's got damage on both sides here.
Yeah, you can see he's had somebody get into the rear bumper. Some damage there. Meanwhile, up into the banking in turns. What's this, 7 and 8? Actually, NASCAR 1 and 2. Ross Chastain making a move to the outside of Joey Logano.
And into the bus stop. Back out to the east banking. Let's go back to the start of the race and watch the 34 of Michael McDowell.
When this was just after he and Austin Dillon made a little bit of contact as Michael's trying to get in the inside lane, and I think that just kind of opened up the door for him to overshoot the entry in the braking zone there, Clint.
Yeah, and it also put it's kind of what started the development of the 18. Everybody saw him go out, made adjustments for Michael to come back on. You see the 18 over there.
3 wide.
Yeah.
You can't go 3 wide.
He got into the 14 right there and off the racetrack on both sides. Boy, they don't give you much time to get ready for this deal. We got action everywhere. Michael McDowell here, he's got all sorts of trouble.
And caution is out for debris.
I'm wondering, could that
that's
be
Michael's right front?
Locking that right front up, flat spot. We talked about that earlier in the show, Jeff.
Yeah, you can't do that. You know, it's so easy to lose a tire. There's a lockup.
Outside pole sitter Michael McDowell and Kyle Busch in trouble early. The NASCAR Cup Series on Fox is sponsored by Ford. Built Ford proud. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. 70 laps, the total race distance, 1 lap complete, and we're under caution. Look at the damage to the right front on Kyle Busch. There is left rear damage on the 14 of Chase Briscoe. Watch Busch off to the right. Coming out of turn 2 here. In the grass back on.
More importantly, folded that front end under.
Yeah, that splitter just digs that dirt and mud up, and all it takes is one wheel off in the wrong place, just like you see how much mud it flings in the air. That's also just pushing and caving in that splitter on that right front tire, and then the tire started locking up.
And you never know. Every now and then you can get lucky with that, Mike. You've seen the 18 won the race, or excuse me, Gibbs won the race yesterday going through the grass in turn 1. Obviously, Kyle did. Jamie.
So much for Kyle Busch trying to take it easy on those opening laps. As you saw there, the damage on the right front, they're trying to clear that. There was concern about the radiator, but Kyle said the water temps right now are consistent. They're on the fix-it clock right now, Regan.
Michael McDowell, we saw him go straight in that first corner. They actually believe that tire was down before he even got to the corner. He felt something on the pace laps, didn't report it to the team. He thought it was just something normal. Unfortunately, it was not. The biggest challenge for these guys, as you see him working on the right side still, the splitter is completely gone on the right front of that race car. That's going to take downforce away and make it significantly harder to drive the rest of the day.
Comes Michael McDowell, the third.
It's down right there. It won't turn.
The right front was already down. He did have a big lockup, though, going into turn 1. And basically a similar thing as to Kyle Busch, but it just didn't crush the fender end. It's just that tire was already down.
Yeah, you can see it's down right there.
But that's
humbling sport, isn't it?
That splitter is like a shovel when it gets to the dirt. Let's take a look at the braking zones here at Daytona. The high-speed braking zones in red, the moderate speed in yellow here.
And even though turn 1 isn't a high-speed braking zone on the starts, it's still cold brakes, cold tires. Seems like it pulls everybody in to lock tires up on even the initial starts. The bus stop, though, that's one where you really have to get that car slowed down from over 190 miles per hour.
So let's check with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Well, you heard Jamie Little talking about the concern that Kyle Busch and his 18 team had as far as brakes, because those two places entering the chicane and the bus stop, 180 miles per hour down to 50 miles per hour. So how do they cool them? You have the plenum in the left front and the right front right there that the air goes through. And it goes through these 3 hoses right here, and it pumps air onto the brakes. There's also blowers in there. You see the arrows there. That's a blower right there that's also forcing air. Everything you can do to cool these brakes, you're going to have to do. I think that's one of the issues that they saw in the Busch Clash.
I think it's important for everybody to understand why we're all of a sudden talking about brakes. This isn't something new. What is new for this year on these road courses is the downforce package. You're going faster. Jeff, you said upwards of, we saw 199 miles an hour on that back straightaway. Asking a lot out of these cars. With less downforce means you can't slow them down. Obviously going through the corner slower, so you got to be slower, harder on the brakes.
Now you still have time to enter Clint's new Stage 2 contest. Oh, here's your chance to win $10,000 guaranteed. Just download the Fox Bet Super 6 app for free. Answer 6 questions about Stage 2 for your shot to win Clint's money.
I like that guaranteed part, Mike. Take Clint's money.
Guaranteed.
Gave it away last week.
But divided among all eligible winners.
I don't like that third chin on that illustration right there. Can't be me.
Chase Elliott is your leader over Austin Dillon and Denny Hamlin. We'll listen to Chase's spot ready to hunt. Green flag.
Double wide behind you. The 3 is quarter panel and all clear, all clear, all clear.
That's certainly what you like to hear on a racetrack like this, isn't it, Jeff? All clear, all clear.
This could be pretty dangerous for this field to have Chase Elliott starting from the pole position on a road course.
It just shows you how important it is to pounce on these restarts and take advantage of the opportunity. Everybody's close. It is definitely the best opportunity, but it's also an opportunity to get your stuff tore up.
Chase Elliott, NASCAR's current road course ace and 2020 Series champ.
You know, looking at the driver data and things like that, Jeff, you talk about road course ace. When I look at his laps and what he does, what he accomplishes, it's under braking. We keep talking about braking, but his speed that he's able to keep, the momentum, he is very, very good on braking.
And that's the key to road courses, right? Is being able to get as deep into the braking zone, get the car slowed down a shorter period of time, but also take care of your equipment in the meantime.
There's his telemetry on the lower left. That yellow nut, that's his steering wheel angle. As he gets up to 180 miles an hour and then hard on the brakes for the front stretch chicane.
Yeah, we saw over 800, 900 pounds of pressure being put through that brake pedal to get that car slowed down.
The other aspect of brakes is the length of this race. Obviously, in that Clash, a lot shorter race, saw shorter runs. These long runs like this, you're gonna have to be easy on them. Got a lot of wheel lock up in turn 1.
See Corey LaJoie here. Nice finish from the Daytona 500. Gave him a good starting position in this week's race. Trying to make something out of it.
Joey Logano has taken over third from Austin Dillon. Up into turn 5, that's the West Horseshoe. And it really isn't a 180, is it, Jeff?
Well, it doesn't feel like it. When you look at it overhead, it is, but it does have a late apex. When you're driving it, you can see here, as you're driving this corner, you kind of carry more speed into the entry, do a late apex, get a straight shot off before you go to that braking zone in turn 6.
The exit of that corner is very tricky.
Jamie?
Talked to the 22 at Joey Logano before he got in the car, and he told me he's going to be super aggressive early here. He said if we're going to compete with that 9 of Chase Elliott, we need to make our moves early. He started 11th. He's up to 3rd right now. Really good short run speed. They hope that they had better long run speed for this race today.
Now look at the bus stop right there and there where they have added these turtles curbing to the 3rd and 4th portions of the bus stop, so the drivers didn't get off in the dirt and tear all that up and cause needless cautions.
Well, I can promise you it's going to work. Those things do some damage.
6th place, Chastain and Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson did a great job getting a wide entry into that chicane to get that run to the inside here. Ross Chastain. Oh.
Now that is at the chicane, and there are a lot of cars taking evasive action there. McDowell, one of them, Anthony Alfredo.
Chase Briscoe.
And I think Briscoe was the first. Was he the first to spin, or was he the last to spin there? No caution. We stay green.
regroup, just be smooth.
I was just going to, he took the words right out of my mouth. Right. He's got a long way to go here. You know, plenty of laps.
A little hot this
and hard to go a lap down here before this, the end of this stage ends.
5 of 16 laps complete. And here is Chase Briscoe.
Biggest thing I didn't like about that is he hit that turtle hard. You could hear when he slammed into that turtle on the inside the impact that it made. It'd be interesting to see what his splitter looks like.
And you could hear he realized that, I think that was Bubba Wallace possibly, to the outside.
Yeah,
just wasn't going to give him the room. And as soon as he realized that, he got on the brakes just a little bit harder, and boom, immediately the wheel hop started.
Did you hear it? You can hear the wheel hop, ladies and gentlemen. You hear us talk about that a lot. You can actually hear it inside the car.
5 complete, and Chase Elliott, NASCAR's road course ringer, is out in front by 2.7 seconds. NASCAR Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Chase Elliott leading Denny Hamlin's Toyota. We broke the track into 4 sectors. Section 1 into the infield. Alan Johnson wrote a book in 1969, Driving in Competition. He says the most important corner is the one that leads onto the longest straightaway for any road course. And here that would be turn 6, leading out around the West Banking and all the way to the bus stop.
And into one of the biggest braking zones also, Mike. And here it breaks down those top 5 fastest in that sector 3. You see why Chase Elliott's out front and pulling away, because he's really fast by about 3/10 in that sector.
One driver on the move is A.J. Allmendinger. He has climbed up to 16th, but he and Ryan Blaney had quite a moment here.
They can see 16 of Allmendinger pulls ahead of the 12. I think Ryan Blaney, Clint, was just going to pull in behind him to draft to the next corner.
I think the 16 missed a shift right there. If you see him, a lot of momentum. As you were saying, Blaney's going to pull down to draft behind him all of a sudden.
And that's where you would probably shift into 4th if I had to imagine. We'll have to do some investigating and see if we can't find out a little more information. But he's pretty lucky. Both of them are pretty lucky, because I would have thought had he missed a shift, that momentum shift would have continued to slow down. But maybe he just hesitated before he went into 4th gear.
Well, they both continue in 16th and 17th place. Chase Elliott now up by 4.9 on Denny Hamlin. Chevy, Toyota, Ford in that order in the top 3 spots. Regan?
Well, Denny Hamlin, the report from the team crew chief Chris Gabehart to him just a moment ago. You're losing all of your time from the start-finish line to turn 5, nearly 7/10 of a second. Very detailed information. They've got this information on the pit boxes. They can give it directly to the driver. Such a big help on these road courses.
I've asked that a lot. You know, if you guys see anything, I'll tell them before the race. If you see me off, don't let me make that mistake all race long. Let me try to adjust it and address it so I can find some speed in those sectors, those areas that we're talking about.
Yeah, there's nothing better than having some kind of accurate information that can tell you where you need to pick up the pace. And then you might go try to attack that area and go, guys, I don't have a car that can do that, so you're going to have to help me out.
Kyle Larson in 5th. Logano was 3rd. Austin Dillon 4th. And here's Kyle Busch. He's up 14 positions after.
Well, pretty lucky that the caution came out. We saw a tire that came out onto the racetrack for Michael McDowell's car. That brought out the caution. That allowed them to make some significant fixes on this car and be able to get it back out on the racetrack. And actually that fender, that piece of the fender that's gone, that's not going to hurt him too much because the splitter's still intact. Well, for the most part. It's
Well, you saw the right front fender on the 22 yesterday at Austin Cindric. It was completely gone, and he drove up through the field and almost won the race.
That's called cooling that right front tire, and it loves it.
And that positions gained is since the restart. And Kyle gets another one, passing Ricky Stenhouse. Now another 2 cars back is going to be Michael McDowell, our outside pole sitter and Daytona 500 winner. Had a lot of open wheel experience. He was the Star Mazda champion in 2004. Had a couple of starts in Champ Car. And then 8 starts on this course, including 6 Rolex 24-hour races in IMSA.
Just shows you how hard the competition is in this race. I mean, you had the Daytona, last week's Daytona 500 winner go out on the first lap with damage, obviously, and then the 18th wins the Busch Clash, comes, wrecks on the first lap, has got damage, is struggling the rest of the race. Crazy how humbling this sport is.
You know, I've been watching Austin Dillon in that 3 car. He started up there in the 3rd position. Remember, Austin did not run the race in August here. Kaz Grala drove the 3 car because Austin had tested positive for COVID. Austin has never had a top 15 finish in a cup race on a road course. Here he's sitting there running inside the top 5.
Here's the guy I'm looking at, Larry, is Mark Truex Jr. that just blew by Kyle Larson. Man, this car is on a run. Coming from 19th, just went into 5th.
Working lap 10 of 16 in stage 1 at Daytona. We'll take you Fox side by side so you don't miss a minute.
Fender bender, take 1.
Tonight's matchup, me versus an ugly fender bender. If Ike and Ike got a win, it's going to be a miracle, baby.
Mr. Vitale, it wouldn't be a miracle because Geico gives you a team of experts to help manage your claim.
It's going to be a nail biter.
No, the Geico team is there for you 24/7.
Geico is awesome, baby. Too much?
I think we got it. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
I am chaos in a good way. I am everything you want to see at once. Coming at you like a comet on fire. I am bumping, banging, and battling to the finish.
It is all on the line.
Because if you can conquer this series, you can conquer anything.
That was some intense racing.
I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
We're taking trucks to places they've never been before, so they can be trusted like never before. By redefining quality and luxury, taking safety to new heights, earning award-winning driver appeal, and by doing what's never been done before, being named Motor Trend's Truck of the Year 3 years in a row.
Now get $6,300 in total values plus $500 bonus cash on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Mike shopped for the lowest mortgage rate and chose AmeriSave. A choice he'll never regret. Unlike using Perm Plus, a shampoo which attracts cats. Lots and lots of cats. Visit AmeriSave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings.
Explore from anywhere. Work from anywhere. Recharge from anywhere. Anywhere is possible when your vehicle is serviced with Jiffy Lube. Your skilled technicians are here to help keep you and your vehicle moving forward. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
From WWE Thunderdome, who will survive the career-altering Elimination Chamber and go on to battle the head of the table, Roman Reigns, for the Universal title? It's an all-new Friday Night SmackDown, live at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox.
Pop trivia knowledge.
Halle Berry was named after a department store. It's a fact.
Will earn these teams a spin on TV's biggest slot machine.
$50,000!
Cherry's Wild. The special television event premieres tonight on Fox.
I am a driver with a dream. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
Brad Keselowski locked it up in the front stretch chicane. He's got a flat. He comes in for tires. Matt DiBenedetto with trouble. And Eric Jones has made a pit stop with a cut tire as well.
Let's see what happened to Brad Keselowski's behind Ross Chastain coming into this hard braking chicane. Ooh, man, it's like the car just didn't slow down. I don't know if he started locking up right away or if it was a brake issue there.
Ross Chastain was actually surprised him a little bit on how quick he got on the gas. And almost run him over. Had to lock the brakes up.
The left front was down on Keselowski's car.
Well, he locked it up for a long time.
True. And we're under caution. Matt DiBenedetto has ripped the right rear tire completely off of his Wood Brothers 21.
And that's what brought out the caution. You see debris on the track there. You know, these road course races, they just don't disappoint. They just all kinds of chaos and action happening all over the track.
Just got the word from Los Angeles. No more rental cars for you two. You're going to be chauffeured from here on out.
Mine was in Jeff's name.
Oh, I think that's fixable, Mike.
A little too realistic, fellas.
Jeff, yours caught on fire. It literally caught on fire.
I don't know if I've ever had that much fun doing a spot shoot.
Hey, these guys are doing a good job of tearing stuff up. That car right there is tore up. I can see him in there.
Yeah, he cut down a right rear and had to ride it all the way around to pit road. And that flailing tire it certainly did the damage.
Yeah, you know, NASCAR's going to make you do a lot of repairs there to make sure that.
From experience, Jeff, and you felt this, you knock those crush panels out on any kind of side, that baby's going to be hot and loud in there.
Guys, I can't imagine that pit road, it should be a busy place. You heard Martin Truex Jr. talking about the give up, the fall off. They had fallen off since the start of the race, somewhere around 4 to 4.5 seconds to give up. So I do think they will all be here.
Yeah, Larry, and I think our leader, Chase Elliott, I think he used up his equipment there because we saw some cars like Martin Truex Jr. further back that were gaining on him.
And here they come to pit road. Almost everybody. Jamie.
Joey Logano in the 22 made up some good ground. He told me it's all about keeping those tires in the back with good grip, taking care of those tires, and he said he's already struggling for rear grip. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. He's a little tight. The 3 of Austin Dillon doing a nice job keeping it in the top 5. Air pressure adjustment and track bar for him. Regan.
19 of Martin Truex Jr. still has yet to hit the bus stop chicane like he wants to. Feels like he's got a lot of room to gain speed over there. Fast race car right now, though. And on the right, the 9 of Chase Elliott, your leader. That race car needs a little bit of drive off. It means when he hits the gas, the rear tires spin too much.
So here's your Ram race off pit road. Elliott, Hamlin, Logano hold their positions. Oh, there's a loose wheel out in the ball field. To the left of pit road. Kurt Busch picks up 2. So does Kevin Harvick. And how about Cody Ware? Fuel only. Vaulting him up into the top 10. Now Christopher Bell did not stop. Along with James Davison and others.
Low rider, flies a little slower.
Welcome back to Daytona. Ross Chastain avoids the tire rolling out onto pit road. That came from the 24 of William Byron. The 8 of Tyler Reddick also had an uncontrolled tire, so they will restart tail end of the field. Now Christopher Bell did not pit, so he's going to restart on the front row on worn tires next to Chase Elliott on new tires.
Front row. So Mike, actually Brad Keselowski's up there. It worked out perfect for him. He was on pit road getting those 4 tires before pit road was closed, so he's up there on the front row.
And here we go.
So important to not overdrive this first corner for Christopher Bell.
Green flag.
It's so hard not to do it, Clint, because he's got fresh tires and Chase Elliott right behind him.
Great job.
Yeah, nice job by everybody getting through there. Oh, Chase and Christopher makes a little contact.
Trading a little paint there. Brad locks him up into 3.
Race is
Brad's off in the grass.
It's gonna.
Man, that was so close.
Payback coming.
He will show his displeasure here.
Man, I don't know how many sets of tires the 2's going to have left after all these lockups.
I think that was very wise of Christopher Bell to take a wide entry into turn 5 there and leave plenty of room on the inside.
Yeah, You're setting up for the kink. You need to be as wide there as you possibly can, but you got to leave a little room for somebody who's outside you, like Brad Keselowski was.
So lucky that didn't dig in like the 18, like so many cars we've seen all week long. That was lucky right there. Very high speed part of the track as well.
Also lucky that his teammate Joey Logano was a little closer to Christopher Bell.
The race is at 6th, entering the bus stop. Here they come side by side. Kurt Busch getting to the outside. He's made a couple of passes right in that area, and Busch gets up to 6th.
Saw Brad Keselowski get onto one of those turtles and jump the right sides right up in the air.
Front stretch chicane.
Ooh, here's some lock up there by Kurt Busch.
And Hamlin looking at his new Joe Gibbs teammate, Christopher Bell, for 4th. Pits are closed with 2 laps to go in stage 1.
Better through the right, slight tire rub. Not sure which one of the rights it is, just a flat. Not bad though. Copy, expanded your lead, take your other tire, please.
And this battle continues on the racetrack between teammates. We saw what happened at the end of the Daytona 500. A lot of lockup, really worried about the tires, front tires on the track.
Brad off the track again, same spot.
Second, third, and fourth here. A lap and a half to go in stage 1.
See Christopher Bell losing some positions. I believe he's in 8th place before that caution came out, pit stops, and I don't know if that was something that's going to work out for him, except for some more tires that he might have at the end of this race.
Well, he went from 13th to 1st, Jeff, by staying out, and everybody else pitting. Well, but it may be hard to gain any stage points here for Bell.
Yeah, that's true. If he was 13th, I thought he was a little bit further up. So yeah, if he was 13th, then absolutely, that's going to be a gain for him.
Truex in 9th, right behind him, and Kevin Harvick in 10th. When you pop that right front up and over that turtle, what does that do?
Well, it upsets your car, but moreover, you can see right there, you're kind of following suit of the car in front of you. Pretty blind, hard to see those turtles, and that was a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The 20 car, Christopher Bell, hit it, and following perfect suit right behind him, Truex hits it as well.
And that was just a picture-perfect way to pass in that chicane by Martin Truex Jr. on Christopher Bell.
Hamlin is right there. And Jeff, you were correct. Christopher Bell was 8th when he chose not to come in and pit and take tires. So went from 8th to 1st, not 13th.
So elbows are up today.
He's got a little chip on his shoulder, I believe.
Well, of all the drivers in this race that have a NASCAR Cup championship, only one has not run on a road course, and that's driver number 2, Brad Keselowski.
And it hasn't been from a lack of effort or some good runs. He's finished 2nd, I believe, 3 times on road courses. Denny Hamlin making that move on Brad.
And Kurt Busch continues to march forward. He's up in the top 5 now. 7th place, Truex and Dillon. They're going to drag race it around the West Banking, off of NASCAR 2, and headed for the bus stop.
Wow, look at that run on the 3 of Austin Dillon coming off the banking.
It made the difference, too.
Yeah, dude, I got to say, if Truex ever gets to Chase Elliott, it's going to be on for the lead. These 2 guys are really fast.
Well, since stage racing began, Chase Elliott has won 25% of all stages on road courses, and he's about to pick up his 6th stage victory on a road course in the NASCAR Cup Series. Green and white checkers in the air. Chase Elliott wins stage 1 from Joey Logano. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, and Kurt Busch, the top 5.
And Truex was able to get that position on Austin Dillon for 7th.
Chase Elliott picking up right where he left off on the road courses. Your Stage 1 winner. Saturday, former super middleweight world champ, the Dog Durrell, returns and will face off against the rising Shut It Down Davis. Is that anything like Put It Out? Don't miss the action Saturday on Fox and on the Fox Sports app.
Come on, Mike. There's nothing like Put It Out.
No, that's true. This is true. Larry thinks there won't be many takers up front as the pits are now open. There's your Stage 1 winner, Chase Elliott.
Brad Keselowski, all those lockups, he's got to come because Kyle Larson, you know Christopher Bell's coming.
Jamie?
And Jeff, you're exactly right. We saw him lock it up at least 3 times. Now, he pitted on lap 11 because he had a flat from locking it up. So he's coming in for tires. They looked at that splitter, and Jeremy Bullins, his crew chief, said it looks good. So no damage to fix there. Regan?
Well, Kyle Larson in the 5-car, a very good run so far for him. This is his first time in a stock car on this racetrack, so he's been trying to learn as he's been going. Right now, things are going good inside of his car.
Martin Truex, toward the end of that stage, working his way up quickly through the field, but doing it very efficiently and without contact. Look at this pass in the chicane on Austin Dillon.
Yeah, you can see he's, 2 car lengths back. Gets on the brakes here. You don't think he's going to make that pass, and then he just easily, we've already seen him do this, just textbook again. Surprise. Hits that curve and goes right on by.
Let's dial him up.
Yeah.
Hey, Martin Truex, it's Warrior up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, boy.
Hey, man, putting on a show, coming from the rear. Started 19th. Marching up through there, making a lot of moves, a lot of passes, and making lap time doing so. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the old Bass Pro Shops Toyota Camry hot rod today. Long way to go, though, so we'll see. It's track's slippery, it's fun. Car feels good, so just had a little trouble on our first stop there with a little bit of fender damage, but all is good. Just try to keep her in one piece here, stay up front.
All right, thanks, buddy. Keep it up.
Yeah, that's good. We were wondering what happened on that first pit stop, fender damage.
So Martin Truex Jr. will restart 5th for stage number 2. We will get the green flag next time by. There's the lineup on your left to begin stage number 2. Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell each led a lap. Chase Elliott has led all the rest so far. Now let's get the inside scoop on Ryan Newman's Castrol carbon neutral paint scheme this weekend.
Hi, this is Ryan Newman, and I'm excited to announce that Roush Fenway Racing has become the first carbon-neutral NASCAR team powered by Castrol. The partnership designed to help the team better manage its greenhouse gas emissions by tracking, quantifying, and reducing those emissions, and offsetting the balance with high-quality carbon offsets. And to celebrate reaching our carbon-neutral goal, check out my special paint scheme today. Looks vast, right?
That's a great initiative. For more on Castrol's carbon neutral program, go to castrol.com/driving for change. Want to send our sympathies out to all of those affected by the storms across America, especially those people in Texas struggling for water and for power. A great thing was done by Ford CEO Jim Farley. That new F-150, some of those have optional generators built into the truck. He told all the dealers in Texas, get those trucks out to customers as loaners that have lost their power, and don't worry about it. We'll make you whole on them. What a wonderful gesture.
Very cool. Very cool. Boy, there's a big need for that.
Let's check in with Jamie.
Well, Ryan Blaney making his 200th start today. Started back in 27th. He hasn't made up much ground. He's 23rd right now. His crew chief, Todd Gordon, told me they wanted to be cautiously aggressive today. Not aggressive like we saw him in the Clash. Take care of your equipment early. They're doing exactly what they set out to do. He said he's lacking turn and drive off. So they tried to fix that on this last stop.
So a little different strategy for that Team Penske car. We got the thoughts from a number of drivers on road course racings in Daytona.
Usually it was like, all right, let's get through Daytona, and then your season kind of starts. But having the road course right after is going to be another toss-up.
The unknowns of it last time was the craziest thing.
Having no practice laps, no qualifying laps, and then just hitting the race was difficult, but at the same time, it was really rewarding whenever you could go out there and run well.
In road course stuff is very, very important to be disciplined.
Makes you want to roll your sleeves up and get after it.
So let's get after it to begin stage number 2. 1 penalty on those pit stops. Ty Dillon's team over the wall too soon. Number 96 will restart in the back. Quinn Houff is in the garage. The 39 remaining cars are all on the lead lap as we get ready for stage 2.
All I can think of as we get ready to take this restart is what's going to happen next.
Now, the first 13 drivers did not pit during this caution. Here's Joey Logano's team.
Watch it back there. I can't see all the lap times, but it looks like it's probably the 9 and 19, 11 or us right now. 19 was pretty good out back. Yeah. He was catching me really quick, it seems like.
Out of the front stretch chicane. Pace car dives to pit road, and here they come to the Geico restart zone. Wide for Kyle Larson, trying to make some ground on the outside. And does.
Slight little bobble from his teammate Alex Bowman just ahead of him in the 48. There goes Larson now to the outside.
It's getting smoother. It's definitely getting smoother.
You know why everybody's talking about the 19 on the radio? Because they can't even see the 9. Chase Elliott's led every green flag lap today, and again is pulling away as second is the battle here.
I think that the important thing there with the 19, and you're hearing the competition as you're talking about, Mike, is he's able to make those lap times that we're seeing, passing cars, making moves. That says a lot about the speed in his car.
Moved up well. Now here's Larson drawing a bead to the outside, Byron to the inside. Into the bus stop.
So hard to run side by side. You really got to get that figured out as you get into that bus stop. You saw there William Byron had a run on his teammate Kyle Larson. Thought twice about it once they got to that first left-hander.
And you said get it figured out. You're running 190 mile an hour back there, Mike. There's a lot to get figured out in a quick amount of time.
Look who's right in front of that group, but A.J. Allmendinger has worked his way up to 6th place. Jamie?
Welcome back to Cup Racing. A.J. Allmendinger, he's running full-time in the Xfinity Series this year, but they're taking a 1 race at a time on this side. But the goal was that they can run top 10 today. They're going to look at adding some more races for A.J. Allmendinger. Guys, he started 34th. He's already up to 6th.
And Clint and I were talking about it when we were down on pit road. What do we think, you know, about Allmendinger and Kaulig Racing, this RCR chassis and probably body? I got to tell you, has surprised the heck out of me. This is a great run by that team.
Well, Brett Griffin is his spotter. Listen in.
You get your belt, your pants all held up and all that good stuff. Got me an $8 belt at the Dollar General, and I don't know, it's kind of working. How can you get an $8 belt at a Dollar General? It's a Dollar General. It ain't an $8 General.
He'll be appearing here all weekend,
hey,
folks.
He probably need an $8 belt because he's had too many $8 beers.
Yeah, that was actually team president Chris Rice. Nobody enjoys life more than Chris Rice. He has fun no matter what he's doing.
Thanks, Larry.
And back to what you were were talking about with AJ, Jeff, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to utilize him. If I'm RCR, we all know that they have an alliance there. I'm going to use him as much as I can to test for my organization going forward into these road courses.
Teammates, Buescher and Newman, who on the outside has to give way to those 2 cars on the inside for the bus stop. Well, they didn't have to give way, but it was the right thing to do. Yes.
Yes. Check and see how Kevin Harvick's doing. Not necessarily his, I don't know how he feels about this racetrack, but after the way the last couple road course races have gone for him at this track, I would imagine it's probably not his favorite place. But
certainly hasn't been good to him.
But you know, this guy, he's one of those that he gets focused on something, he takes on a challenge head on and is able to conquer it. So see how he makes improvements on basically what's happened the last couple of times.
He's racing right where he restarted, 15th. Turn 3, turn 4, the kink. Just a slight left-hander there. Tough place to pass, but a good place to set up a pass where the leader is now at turn 5.
Look at Martin Truex Jr. making the outside move on Joey Logano.
Here he comes.
That's going to move him into 3rd place. Down below Chase Elliott. Ooh, get a little lock up. Yeah, we heard a couple guys talk about the track not having as much grip. So as that grip goes away, boy, you really got to adjust your brake zones and how hard you can push on that brake pedal, how much speed you can carry through the center and exit of a corner and throttle. So we're seeing right now, Chase Elliott starts out extremely fast. So I just wonder if he's not using up a bit of those tires.
And when you're a car behind him, like Denny Hamlin is right there, that's what you love to see. Oh, he's making a mistake. Here I come.
It makes me think also playing about the high-speed brake zones. I mean, right here, riding on board Mark Truex Jr., you're talking about, what, 160, 70 miles per hour coming into this chicane? When you lock a tire up in a high-speed brake zone like that, it goes for a long way, and it starts to flat spot that Goodyear tire quick.
Now the top 6 have all won on road courses. We saw Chase Elliott lock that right front up into turn number 1 on the replay. Regan, what are you seeing for tire wear on these cars?
Well, Mike, I think the biggest concern has actually been the rear tire wear on these race cars. The inside edge of the rear tires is a lot more worn out than what it was the other night during the clash. These guys are really struggling to hook the tires, slip and slide. And after about lap 10, the radios light up with guys complaining about the rear tires.
I'll bet. Laps complete, working lap 7 of 18 in stage 2. Chase Elliott's led every green flag lap so far. Doing it just like that.
And then he got into him.
The NASCAR Cup Series on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Chase Elliott coming around to complete lap 24 from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For those who push the limits of possibility, Goodyear, more driven. Denny Hamlin second, Martin Truex, Joey Logano, and A.J. Allmendinger. Your top 5 right now. Let's check in on our Win Clint's Cash contest and see who's the driver most likely to gain the most positions in this stage.
It's going to be interesting how that's changed within this stage. Remember, it's stage 2. We know Martin Truex has come up through the field, but he's already there to the start of this. What do you think there, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean,
That's a tie. There's no tie in racing. Did you see that option?
I thought we'd be looking at Blaney for that one, but
well, right now Blaney is +3 and Harvick is +4. But we still got a ways to go. Watch the 2, Brad Keselowski, having an eventful day.
Oh man,
You know, that wasn't a lockup that time. I'm wondering if he's experienced a brake fade already.
I swear.
That's the second time in that bus stop already.
I swear the last issue he had was something that had to do with some brake fade also.
Guys, he missed it twice in the race in August back there on the bus stop.
I'd be backing up my braking.
Maybe Regan needs to give him one of those maps.
Teammates tightening it up for second place here. The Joe Gibbs Toyotas of Hamlin and Truex. Into the backstretch.
No, I would have thought Truex would have been a little bit easier getting in there, just because not only do you have little downforce, but now even less because you're riding right behind Denny Hamlin.
And remember, when he was leading that clash, he wrecked right there on the bus stop. You heard him say on his radio he's being a little gingerly. He knew that he had some time that he could make up, still gain in the bus stop. Looks like he's found it and is pushing on it.
In 1981 in Formula One, Spa, Belgium, they needed to add a chicane just before the pit entrance. And Spa, the circuit was public roads. There happened to be a bus stop right there, so they made that the chicane. That's where the term comes from. Daytona's had a chicane on the backstretch since '73 as the pass is made for second by Truex. In 1985, they lengthened the chicane and turned it into a bus stop. There's also one at Watkins Glen.
Are you kidding me? See what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about, Boyer. When you're up here, you learn so much from this guy.
If this is what it's going to take, if I have to learn all of this and read about this, we're in big trouble.
Why do you need to learn it? He has it all right up here, right up top there.
I had a lot of help on that one. Frank Wilson for Fox and Bob Varsha, longtime voice of Formula One, on the details there. A.J. Allmendinger running fifth and wanting fourth. That's Joey Logano's position.
Man, what a great run by A.J. Allmendinger. I knew he's a great road racer. I just wasn't sure, you know, if Colin could get him a race car and be able to have the pit stops to be able to keep up with some of the best teams in the Cup Series.
Well, you know, that group does such a good job on Saturdays in the Xfinity Series, always up front and competing for wins on these road courses.
Now, of all the drivers that stopped during the caution at lap 17, Kyle Larson has advanced the most. He is in 7th place behind Kurt Busch. Here's Larson in the number 5.
Mike, it's like they paid dividends for a few laps, and then everything kind of evened out with the fresh tires versus those little bit older tires.
Now, last Sunday at the finish of the 500, we said the finish is set when they hit the button for the caution, and that is true. At that moment, Larson was in the top 5. But, however, there is always a however, and the however is you must maintain at least pace car speed all the way to the start.
We called that to Paul Harvey. He didn't do that, did he, Mike?
No,
he actually spun out after the camera.
Yeah, he was in the middle of spinning out.
He was spinning out back into
the rest of the story.
So he finished where he crossed the start-finish line, not where he was at the moment of caution. Tyler Reddick overcoming a penalty, up 10 since the restart. Kyle Busch up 10, Christopher Bell 7th. Chris Buescher and Chase Briscoe making big gains. There are USAA biggest movers since the restart.
Yeah, it's a great shot right there. You can see just everybody getting over, you know, the laps on this racetrack. But look at them off the racetrack. They flirt with that dirt, and it keeps getting wore out more and more and more. It becomes the necessary line.
Yeah, you want to straighten it out as much as you can. Ooh, we got Newman and 14 and Chase Briscoe. You can see a little bit of damage to the right side of Briscoe, probably from that spin he had the chicane earlier.
I know from experience, Chase, driving that 14 car, that one's hard to pass.
Chase is probably going to come on the radio and say, hey, can somebody tell Newman that Boyer's not in this car anymore?
It's a great, I love this corner right here. This is one when I thought about this race coming up beforehand, before the season started, I wouldn't have had turn 6 right here pinpointed as a place to pass. Throughout the course of all these races, we've seen a ton of passing going on, setting them up in 5 and making a pass in 6.
Oh, heavy damage.
Ross Chastain. is going to put us under caution for the 4th time today.
That's coming out of turn 6 as you go up onto the banking in NASCAR turns 1 and 2.
And he fought the wall, and the wall won.
Every time. Bet his heart rate went up too.
Here's our Advent Health onboard camera.
Still there. Clear.
Thinking there was a crossover right here.
Quarter.
I'm thinking there was some help with that one, Jeff.
You're right.
Chastain was 20th. And yes, it appears those cars were close enough for there to been contact.
Yeah, when it jumps sideways that quick, that's usually the case.
Might be some red paint on the front of that machine. Right about there. You know, what I saw there, Jeff, is you could see him on the outside, probably did the crossover, got a run back on him, being able to put the power down and got into the back of him. I don't know. It's always interesting to look back and see what all brought into that.
You're right. I think he was trying to make the crossover, get to the inside. Maybe there just wasn't quite enough room. They made contact.
And now he's got a problem because he needs to get back to pit road as quickly as he can, but he can't get back too quickly or that tire is going to come apart and tear the car apart.
The damage you have right now might be repairable. If you come back and shred that tire and rip the fenders off of it, then you're done.
Tyler Reddick has stopped just past start finish here. And Chastain has made it back to his pits without further damage. Push truck is coming out to Reddick's aid, but he is pulled away.
A lot of damage, 42.
But how strong are these cars that he made it all the way back around after a hit like that?
Yeah, but you saw the wheel shaking in his hands. Its suspension's damaged big time.
So how do you make the best NASCAR season ever even better? Grab the Fox Sports app. Exclusive content, in-car cameras. Follow news and social feeds for your favorite drivers. Download the Fox Sports app, the go-to app for NASCAR fans, all season long. And you get all the wisdom of Bob Pockrass right there.
I actually downloaded it yesterday and watched the Xfinity race on my cell phone. That happened yesterday.
I got a gold star for you right here. Notable changes this year. We go from 2 to 7 road race courses, including that one, Austin, Texas. 8 of the races will have practice and qualifying. Huge increase over last year. And the All-Star race moves from Charlotte to Texas Motor Speedway. And
what about this?
We're going to get dirty in Bristol.
Real dirty.
Woo-hoo! I'm afraid they're going to be a little dirtier than that.
That lens, you mean?
Than this lens and our Fox car. Oh, how cool is this?
Oh, have you guys been iRacing again?
I will be getting on that tonight, as a matter of fact.
All right. All right, Larry, we're 11 laps into this 18-lap stage. What do you want to do here?
Yeah, I would come and get 4 tires. 11 laps is a lot of laps, and we're going to go back racing with probably about 5-6 laps left in this stage. So I'll be shocked if they don't hit pit road and get 4 fresh tires. You could make it on 1 stop from here to the end of the race. Feeding time, boys.
Here they come.
Not all of them, but certainly most. Jamie?
Joey Logano said that the rear tires are just giving up so much, and the fronts are as well. And he said, hard to tell if we were any better that run. 4 tires here. They said they can't tighten them up anymore, or he wouldn't be able to turn. Regan.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. was right on the edge of his pit window right there. They decided to come. They felt like all the leaders would. His left turns just a little bit worse than what they wanted. The 9 car of Chase Elliott on the right-hand side of your screen. He needs more front turn with that car on old tires. The tires were giving up too much for him.
There's your Ram race off pit road. Denny Hamlin is first out. He picks up 2 spots.
Some issues for our leader, Chase Elliott. Lost 5 spots, and some cars stayed out that are going to make this really interesting.
5 of them, Jeff, led by A.J. Allmendinger. He is the new leader, ahead of Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, and Michael McDowell. They chose not to pit under this caution. Welcome back to the Daytona Road Course Race on Fox, brought to you by NASCAR's premier partners. The Toyota Camry TRD pace car going to lead the field back to green. Working lap 12 of 18 in stage 2. The O'Reilly Auto Parts 253. And here they come. A.J. Allmendinger, Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, and we're going to listen to Allmendinger's spotter, Brett Griffin.
Clear by half, clear by 1, clear by 1, clear by 1, clear by 1, clear by 1. All clear, man, all clear on the exit. 2 wide behind you, no pressure, clear by 2. Great restart there. 1 back, half back, quarter back, looking left, outside bumper. Barely bumper, back to clear, trying to cross you over. All clear, man. All clear by 1. Good by 1.5. Good by 2. Still 2.
A.J. Allmendinger is about to become the first driver, perhaps, to lead a green flag lap here, not named Chase Elliott.
Big lockup by Kurt Busch going into turn 5. But look at Denny Hamlin making good of those fresh new Goodyear tires, already up to 3rd, going to 2nd here around Kevin Harvick.
And that was Brad Keselowski off and back on coming out of turn 5. Chase Elliott restarted back about 14th or so because of trouble on the right front on his pit stop. Let's look at Martin Truex's restart. There he is.
Remember that double yellow line. You can go below that double yellow line here on the road course at Daytona, unlike on the oval. Boy, just perfect move there around Michael McDowell.
Ty Gibbs actually made that move, same move yesterday in that Xfinity race. Ultimately, what put him in a position to win the race. Saw Larson thinking about a dive bomb. A lot better of it, didn't he?
Kyle Larson won the 24-hour Rolex race here in 2015 with Jamie McMurray, Scott Dixon, and Tony Kanaan.
You can really see how much it upsets those cars when they get on the turtle and how much momentum you lose. The 5 car, he got into it, and then you saw the 10 of Eric Almirola hit it as well. Really throws your car out of line and sets whoever's behind you up to make a move.
Yeah, it doesn't help any too when those guys are on fresh tires behind you.
Absolutely.
Here comes Hamlin.
Allmendinger's done a great job holding off Denny Hamlin, but it's just a matter of time.
And Denny, we haven't talked much of him. He's been putting very competitive lap times up. Obviously, the 9, the 19, they're the ones that we're keeping an eye on, but 11 wasn't too far off of them. This clean air will be very beneficial for him.
And props to Kurt Busch also taking advantage of those new tires. Came in the same time Hamlin did in that last stop. Allmendinger going to squeeze Kurt Busch to the outside.
See if he crosses under, coming up onto the banking.
Right there's where you hope new tires is going to be your advantage to be able to put the throttle down and get a run.
But even with new tires, you could hear how much wheel spin there was for Kurt Busch.
Teammates. Rick Hendrick Chevrolet's 9th and 10th. And behind them, Cole Custer. Whose required windshield wiper has gone awry.
I mean, it has become pretty overcast, and there might be some rain in the area, but let's hope he doesn't have to use that.
It won't do him any good.
No.
Somebody's going to claim the Aero is better when it's that way.
I don't think so.
Well, hey, it's racer's mentality. If that car went to the front with a windshield wiper stuck in the air, you can bet your bottom you're coming back next week and everybody will be that way.
Bubba Wallace with some big damage coming to pit road.
Slid a tire, saw the smoke go up. Big lockup.
But he also already has some damage in the left front.
Absolutely. A lot of damage.
Reminds me a lot of what happened to Kyle Busch earlier in this race.
Third place, side by side. Whoa, Kurt Busch off and back on.
You hear drivers all the time, and I've been guilty of it. I say it time and time again. Almost every day. All you got to do is stay on the racetrack. Trust me, folks, that's hard to do.
Especially these cars coming through that kink and that dog leg. That turn, you're carrying a lot of speed, and you're just sliding all the way through there.
And Chase Elliott up to 8th. Okay, 7th. Teammate William Byron.
Definitely not the snapshot of what he's had and experience. He's finally, he's having to make some moves, make passes. Definitely a different snapshot of what he had earlier in the race.
Right now, he's just hoping Kurt Busch holds up Mark Truex a little bit longer.
What we're hearing on Elliott's stop was the right front tire got away, and to chase that and keep it under control and avoid a penalty, it made the tire changer slow over on the left front. That's how he lost all those positions.
Pit stops are so orchestrated. Everything has to flow and be executed perfectly.
Saw Martin setting up the one-car Kurt Busch. That setup in those chicanes, holding it out, setting yourself up to be able to put the power down and beat them off. The other thing is putting pressure on getting into the corner. They're going to cut the corner off. That enables you to set up and get a position and pull off the corner.
Mark's car's so good in the brake zones. Goes to the outside of Kurt Busch. Probably not going to complete it here. Maybe do the crossover. Joey Logano doesn't have something to say with that.
I think Kurt Busch has probably driven the most aggressive race we've seen today. Been taking big chances and making them pay off.
Certainly on restarts. He's made a lot of time up being aggressive on the outside, just wherever they're not. If he's got to go to the outside, he'll dive on in there and run it in on the outside.
This is where Martin's so strong. He's able to cut the corner there and really accelerate off the corner. He's going to get to the inside of Kurt Busch here. Now can he complete the pass as they get to the bus stop?
And you've been in my ear this whole race is how much he's so fast off of turn 6, how he's able to do that. Almost to the fact where you think he's got a different gear in his car.
Then he loses so much speed as he goes to 4th gear. It's like they've got something geared, but it doesn't pay off when he goes to 4th gear, because you see right there, Kurt Busch was able to drive back by him.
That was a massive difference right there. It's almost like he had trouble. We saw it earlier with A.J. Allmendinger, whether you miss a shift or hit the chip, any little thing right there disrupts all of your momentum, enables them to just...
Oh, lock up. He's going to see if he's... Oh, makes contact.
Don't you just love it?
But see, he hit the curb right there. Watch, he hit the curb, exiting that corner, enabled the 22 to get underneath of him.
To see a frustrated Mark Truex Jr. because he's looking in this mirror also, and he knows Chase Elliott's coming. So locks the left front tire.
That's a big lockup.
Yeah, it is. Does a good job not making more contact than that, but there's that contact with the inside curb you mentioned. Whoa. Caused a little wheel hop by Kurt Busch when that contact was made.
Is that the kind of contact that you know it's coming, so you're planning for that counter steer when he gets into the back of you?
And Mike, we've seen where Mark Truex Jr. has been making this outside move coming into that chicane and doing it so well. That time Kurt knew it was coming. He moved to the outside and he had to go to the inside, but oh, look look what's happening now. The 9 of Chase Elliott is there.
Yeah, Christopher Bell got past Truex, and here's Chase.
Yeah, I wonder if Truex now has an issue because of that lockup, if he's gotten a vibration from the flat-spotted left front.
He's definitely nervous, I can promise you that. Whether it's causing his car lose grip or have troubles.
Regan.
Well, Martin came on the radio immediately after that lockup, and he said it messed up the tire. He could feel it instantly. So, Clint, Jeff, you know what that feels like. That wheel shake is a pain in the butt.
Well, it ain't just a pain in the butt. It's nerve-wracking. When it's bad enough, it's flat-spotted enough that it's vibrating the car. What comes after that 9 times out of 10?
Well, yeah, it's just a matter of time before it comes apart. But also, it makes it a lot easier the next braking zone to lock up again.
It finds that flat spot and a lock up again.
Denny Hamlin, who won both stages in the 500 last Sunday here at Daytona, won stage 2 in this race last year and finished second on the road course. He's going to take his Toyota to the stage 2 win. Side by side for second. Maybe Kurt Busch got it from Logano. Bell and Truex the top 5. Elliott, Byron, Custer, Allmendinger, and Kyle Busch all got stage points here in stage 2. How close was it?
Ooh.
Okay.
I really thought Logano had him, but no. Kurt Busch.
Denny Hamlin is your stage 2 winner. Here's a look at Denny Hamlin through the years of NASCAR on Fox. All the way to his flight down this weekend. Hey, there you go. All right, pit road's open and Hamlin leads them in. Jamie.
Well, the 22 team decided they had enough tires to get to the end, so let's come in and get some new ones. That has been his biggest complaint today. They've taken a tear off, so he has clear vision out the front. 4-tire stop. Let's go to Regan.
Well, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, he's still trying to get better through turn 6, struggling to get the power down on that section of the racetrack. They're going to work on that just a little bit. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr., he needs to stop making mistakes is the main thing. They don't want to have to give up track position. Lucky that a lot of other cars pitted with him.
A.J. Allmendinger's had the same tires since lap 12. He alone. And Kurt Busch picks up a spot coming off pit road. Here's the race off pit road. Busch, Hamlin, Elliott, Bell.
How about we dial up Denny Hamlin, stage 2 winner? Hey, Denny Hamlin, Jeff up here in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Like, you got to give me a little.
Just let him finish that conversation. Get back to him. Hey, Denny, Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me? Well, man, we've seen you own this place on the oval for the Daytona 500. You own that stage 2. What do you think? Should I pick you for this final run to the finish?
We'll see. I mean, right now, you know, I stated in pre-race, I'm about a third. I'm the guy that keeps the fast ones honest. But I mean, I think that we're in the hunt. We're getting closer. Again, we're not going to get, you know, I'm not going to get God's better speed here in the next 30 laps, but you know, it's a process.
All right, man. Well, thanks for talking to us. Looking good out there. It's a heck of a race from up here, so keep it going.
Yeah, Port.
Denny Hamlin, stage 2 winner. 35 laps to go in Daytona. Some additional video has surfaced on social media of Clint and Jeff's drive to the booth during pre-race.
I think most of that'll buff out, don't you, Jeff?
Wow, you got some air. Thanks to the folks at Hendrick Performance for providing the cars. And the rollback to pick up the pieces afterward.
There's B-roll that can live on forever from yesterday being out there.
All right. Let's have a look at what's ahead on Race Up this week, presented by Wendy's.
This week on NASCAR Race Hub, presented by Wendy's, we see whose luck has turned right around and who's left in the dust in our road course Radioactive. And we hear from the Cup, Xfinity, and Camping World Truck Series winners in Winners Weekend. That's all this week on NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights 6 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Well, they'll have a busy week. Ben Rhodes with the twofer in the Camping World Truck Series. And how about Ty Gibbs? First time he'd ever raced at a NASCAR National Series, and he flies the W last night in the Xfinity race.
That was impressive. I mean, he was going up against some great competitors.
But earned it.
And earned it.
I mean, made moves, made passes, a huge save, and we got in the dirt on one of those last restarts.
Now let's check in with Jamie McMurray in our Charlotte studio.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to pull up the iMap.
The track map?
Yeah, that's right. And what's going on with turn 6, Jamie?
Well, we said turn 1 was going to have a lot of action, but turn 6 has kind of been that place today. We saw the issue with Ross Chastain where it looked like Ryan Blaney maybe got into him just a little bit and loses control, gets into the outside wall. The other thing, and Jeff and Clint have talked about this, Shannon, is that Martin Truex Jr. is really good on the exit of turn 6, but then if you watch, he's not able to complete the pass. Kurt Busch is able to get back by him.
Looks like Clint's on board from the rental. Back to you, Mike.
I love your virtual track there. Wish you had some slot cars to race around it. So there on the right is turn 1, and on the left turn 6, and the exit back up onto the super speedway. Let's have a look at today's Xfinity fastest laps. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex, Joey Logano, Kyle Busch. Good chance your race winner comes from that fivesome right there.
I look for that lap to get faster. These clouds are going to affect these cars. We've been hearing about tires wearing out, guys having trouble putting the throttle down. 103-degree track temperature when we started, 87 now. Big difference.
Now, Daniel Suarez in the 99 and Matt DiBenedetto in the 21 did not pit. So they're out front for this restart with 7 laps older tires than the cars behind them.
And both very respectable road racers in their own right. Although I look at the right rear of Matt DiBenedetto, I'm not sure how good that car is going to be handling.
That happened early. A.J. Allmendinger too fast entering. Has to restart at the back.
Costly mistake.
Be fun to watch, though, for us.
Yeah.
All right, here they come to the Geico restart zone. Stage 3. It'll be 33 laps to go when they get to the line. DiBenedetto spun the tires.
Real easy to do on those old tires, and here come the guys on fresher tires.
We talked about the aggression of Kurt Busch on these restarts.
You're right here. Here comes Christopher Bell coming through there. You got to be so careful just to protect your car. You know, the fenders, you got to keep those fenders on. We've seen so many guys cause damage. Fender gets in on the tire, and it can ruin your whole day.
I love that in-car right there. You can hear that thing light the tires up. So easy to do on a track like this. You've been talking and hearing these drivers talk about that, complaining about how hard it is. That was a very good, perfect analogy of exactly what we're talking about.
Elliott and Hamlin trying to work their way back to the front. They are 5th and 6th.
Well, we know how fast Chase Elliott is up front. What about, can he make these passes on some of the guys he knows he's going to have to race for the win? Here comes one big move by Chase Elliott to the inside of Denny Hamlin.
This is important to race last stage. It's important to get out there and get yourself established as a front runner, get out in that clean air, and this is the opportunity to do it while everything's stacked up.
Power move by Chase Elliott to get in front of Denny Hamlin.
And that all happened at turn 6. That's where he sets that mood, gets that run, the corner that leads onto that longest straightaway.
But if you're Chase Elliott, all you've heard about is this 19 car coming in your rearview mirror. This is a chance to get up there and make sure you don't let him get out too far.
Into the front stretch chicane, Kurt Busch, Christopher Bell.
Impressive run today by Christopher Bell. Hanging in there with some very serious road racers here. Kurt Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, all these guys, very good road racers.
Third place, the Toyota Cam on board Martin Truex, Chase Elliott in hot pursuit. Jamie?
Christopher Bell in the 20 talked to him before the race, and he told me he used to hate road course racing, but he said last year the 2 road courses, the only ones he's run in the Cup Series, they had the best speed. He said, now I like them, and I had this race circled. So a little bit of mental attitude and liking is worth some speed. And Kurt Busch makes a big mistake, Mike.
Oh, Kurt Busch! Pow!
Our leader, we saw him go off there through the kink on the exit of the kink once before, but he took it to the next level that time.
And we stay green.
Man, plowed a lot of dirt through that infield, but I don't think it completely destroyed his splitter. I bet you it packed a lot of mud.
From first to 25th. Watch this.
Yeah, it comes accelerating out of turn 3. It's a fast left-hand kink. He's going to set up to the right on, turns into the corner, maybe a little early. Oh, he got
on the curb, got loose on the curb.
Hit your marks, drive away.
I think he was loose before he got to that curb.
Yeah.
I think as soon as he got out of the gas, the thing got loose. Away it went.
Just along for the ride could take from making many laps around this racetrack. In a sports car, those Daytona prototypes, that's the last thing you want to have happen is to go off through that kink. Carrying a lot of speed there.
Shows you how hard he was pushing to keep that car up front. I mean, he was up front, no pressure on him, and got off the racetrack.
Oh. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott's got around Martin Truex and chasing our leader, Christopher Bell, into turn 1.
Man, that 9 car just continues to get better and better. These Gibbs cars are putting up a great fight, looking strong. But, man, if Chase Elliott can just go by Hamlin that easily and Truex Jr. that easily and run down our leader, Christopher Bell,
and
that's going to be demoralizing for the competitors.
Oh, yeah. Kurt Busch, who was leading a lap ago, is in 27th.
I'm telling you guys, these guys so often make it look so easy, but when something like that happens, you realize how on the ragged edge the drivers are.
And how quick that happens. You're going through there just thinking everything's fine. Poof, it's gone out from underneath of you.
Now look at our front 5. They are equally spaced as they exit turn 6 and come up onto the west banking.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. You can see that space. I mean, these guys pretty evenly matched. I mean, we know we've seen Chase Elliott come up through there, a little bit surprised by that, but you know, when you've got that clean air like Christopher Bell does, a lot harder to make that pass happen.
You know, and Jamie was talking about Christopher Bell. Something tells me when he got in this 20 car, things got easier on these road courses.
Logano is closed right up on Denny Hamlin, and right behind them comes Kyle Larson, who has been in the top half dozen here for most of the day.
Well, you talk about Christopher Bell and his dirt background. You talk about Kyle Larson. These guys both have a ton of talent behind the wheel. That's why you can, when you do dirt racing, you have to adapt to changing track conditions. You can adapt to different types of tracks and racing.
It's going to be interesting to see how he takes this pressure. This is a lot of pressure from the fastest car on the track. Easy to make a mistake. There it comes.
Well, right there, you called it, Clint.
Slid up just at least a little bit. Open the door for the 9 to take the lead.
I like the way he did that, though, Clint. He got out wide so that Chase could pass him without slowing down his lap. You can't beat him.
Smoother than this. 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Look out.
Cody Ware in the middle, and Ware gives Newman a shot.
Man.
Oh,
Brad.
And there was contact. Let's ride with, yes, Kurt Busch.
Right in front of him, Brad Keselowski. Going to accelerate. Oh, man. I don't know, Clint, if you just saw where Brad didn't accelerate. Very good off the way.
Kind of hard to accelerate when
well, I didn't know if it was because the 96
yeah, 96 might check
but
up.
the one definitely ran over the top of him, but just didn't seem like the two really accelerated the way Kurt thought he was going to.
And we stay green with 30 laps to go. Chase Elliott out in front of Christopher Bell and Martin Truex. 28 laps to go in Daytona, where 92 of you playing the Fox Bet Super 6 got all 6 questions right, and pending verification of eligibility, you'll split Clint's $10,000. $108 apiece.
Get
well
your
done.
wallet out, Boyer.
I love this thing, man. A free app. Go on there, put your picks in. 92 people splitting 10 grand. I don't necessarily like it. It's my money, but go for it. Sign up next week.
Here's how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring. Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, top 5. Daniel Suarez led on the restart. He's currently 11th. Austin Dillon 14th. Ryan Newman 27th.
Question, we see Denny Hamlin up there, one of our co-drivers. We saw him win stage 2, and I thought, man, he's now one of the guys to beat, but he's kind of fallen back here to 5th. I'm wondering what's going on there with the 11. Regan?
Well, Jeff Denny just came on the radio a few minutes ago. He said, I'm starting to have some brake fade here. And we saw in that camera shot down the back straightaway, a little debris on the left front. Crew Chief Chris Gabehart just came on and said, Denny, there's a little piece of debris on the left front of your brake openings right there, probably causing that brake fade, and that's what's causing the speed loss right now.
Yeah, Clint, talk about brake fade. I mean, we know that we need as much air moving into those brake ducts as possible, and if you're going to have any debris on the front there on that grill, that's going to, limit some of that air. But what happens when they get hot?
Well, when they get hot, they start not working, right? They quit working as good as they once were. You got to back that corner up, and then there's your lap time right then and there. The other thing that happens is your pedal gets long. You hear a racer talk about long pedal a lot. That means that baby's getting way further down to the floorboard before it starts working. You got to pump it, and that's not a good thing at all.
Yeah, the worst thing can happen is you get air in that brake fluid because it starts to boil. That's when you're going to have to really start pumping that brake pedal.
We're at 6th place with Kyle Busch. Here's Jamie.
Look who's back in the mix. He's up to 7th right now. Remember what happened at the start of this race? He got pushed into the grass, and you see that significant right front damage. They brought it in, put tires on it, fixed it, and it's been pretty decent. He says he's good everywhere except for this chicane. Right now, they have one set of stickers left to the end of this race and one set of glued up scuff tires with 2 or 3 laps on it.
Huge comeback. Team effort right there.
I'm shocked, Clint, when I look at that front splitter. Okay, the front fender's gone. We know you can get away with some of that, but you need as much of the surface of the splitter to really get that car to grip and stick, and he's got a lot of it missing, yet he's in 6th place.
And one of the things, it's a great point, and it's valid as that fender missing. That splitter is so important. You saw them when we cut to break. They had a jack stand underneath that thing, making sure they got that splitter bar bent back exactly where they needed it.
So Bubba Wallace has made a pit stop for overheating, was too fast entering, had to come into a pass-through. Anthony Alfredo made a stop. They had a long look at the front end of that car, sent him back out. And Matty Benedetto has just been on pit road for tires.
He's not going to have a right rear tire overheating or brakes. There's so much air moving around the right side of that 21 car.
27 laps to go. As Alex Bowman works on Ryan Blaney. That's for 16th place. Here are your Toyota top performers. Christopher Bell, Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin all in the top 5. Kyle Busch 1 spot back, and Ty Dillon.
And Christopher Bell is keeping Chase Elliott honest. 1.5 seconds back. That last time by was actually hundreds of a second faster than our leader of Chase Elliott.
Larry, stage 3, what have you got left for tires in the pit when you want to use them?
Well, everybody's got at least 2 to 3 sets other than like Jamie Little reported on Kyle Busch because he used so many tires in the early part. Mike, what I think we're going to do is probably split this stage in half as you see Eric Almirola with 10 going around, but he gets going. So I'm going to say somewhere around lap 51 or 52, which is, 7, 8, 9 laps from now. That's when we're going to start seeing them hit pit road. But, Mike, how good are you at playing chess? When do you make that final stop?
That's a good question.
I like chess, but I'm not very good at it.
Wait a minute, Larry. That's what you get paid to do. You got to make that call on top of the box. I need to know when we're coming.
I know when I'm coming. I know. I'm going to come right there about lap 51 or 52. Split her in half.
All right.
I like the chess scene in the original Thomas Crown Affair, Steve McQueen and Faye Dunaway. It's a classic.
What? Listen, Thomas Crown Affair is one of my favorite movies, both of them. But I like the more modern one, I'll be honest.
It's good to be Tommy Crown.
Condos, 150K.
Sorry, bud.
Thanks. Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. Like the sign says. All right. Back to work.
I am tradition. Passed down. From the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend.
It's all I've ever known, racing. I was fortunate to be in victory lane 20 years ago, and I'm here again.
I am meant to be passed down from one generation to the next. Because the only thing better than seeing a race is sharing it with someone. I am NASCAR.
The new Detroit style from Pizza Hut, where the sauce goes on last. Yeah, you heard me. Last. That's what keeps the crust light and airy. It's kind of blowing my mind right now. Try the new Detroit style today. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Explore from anywhere. Work from anywhere. Recharge from anywhere. Anywhere is possible when your vehicle is serviced with Jiffy Lube. Your skilled technicians are here to help keep you and your vehicle moving forward. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
Saturday, a statement will be made on Fox.
Establish who you are in the ring. He's got a mission.
The former two-time super middleweight world champ, Anthony Durrell, is back with an eye on the belt. But there to shut it down is Kyron Davis.
One of the most exciting young fighters.
A future star and a former champ show the world their worth.
Let your hands go. This is your moment.
Durrell Davis, Saturday at 8 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Oh, great. The show's starting.
Come on. Just trust me. Oh, trust you, like with the dollar oysters.
I don't think those were oysters.
You survived, so... Wait, we can't go that way. Watch this. I'll think we're VIP. Wow. He does think we're VIP. And backstage. Trust me now?
I never doubted you.
I did for a second, but it's gone now. I trust you.
The all-new Sienna. Toyota. Let's go places.
I am the return of all the things you love about this amazing sport. It is the return of a new season. I am NASCAR.
24 laps to go. Chase Elliott leading Christopher Bell and Martin Truex. Time for our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Jeff.
Well, Mike, I've got my eye on Christopher Bell running in second place right now, keeping the current road course king, Chase Elliott, in his sights. He's actually won on the road course before at Road America in the NASCAR's Xfinity Series, now getting a golden opportunity at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Well, Jeff, Kyle Busch has 4 road course wins. Outside of the Busch Clash about a week and a half ago, it has been since 2015 since he last went to victory lane on a road course. But remember, lap 1, he was in all kind of trouble. He and his new crew chief, Ben Bayshore, they have fought their way back to the top 5.
Boys, how do you not talk about Chase Elliott? Left me for this big. Chase Elliott has been your leader, going for 5 in a row. Jeff, I think you had 6 in a row knocking on your door, buddy. Chase Elliott's my guy.
Clint, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but the only car that's been able to pass Chase Elliott all day is that of Martin Truex Jr. He's going to get to this last segment of the race, and he's going to go up there and get his 5th road course win.
Well, Clint took the layup. We're all going for three-pointers, so I want you to keep an eye on Kyle Larson. He and Christopher Bell, who Jeff mentioned, were the only drivers in the top 10 right now who did not get to run the road course in the Busch Clash a week ago Tuesday. He's a 24-hour Rolex winner, and he's keeping all the fenders on that Hendrick Chevrolet right now. Those are your Credit One Bank ones to watch.
And by the way, Clint, that 6 in a row and road course record, yeah, that's definitely going to be in jeopardy by this guy right here, our leader, Chase Elliott.
Tell you what, I just saw a little bit of lockup from him getting into one again. We saw that earlier. Well, I don't think this 20 car Christopher Bell is out of this thing yet. He's right there knocking on the door lap time wise.
So we looked at all NASCAR track types and looked at the records for most consecutive wins. We'll start with the super speedways, Daytona, Talladega. On the 2.5 mile, 2.66 mile oval, Cale Yarborough, Dale Earnhardt, 3 in a row. On 1.5 miles, Martin Truex is the 1.5 mile master. On road courses, there you go, with 6. And on the short tracks, Richard Petty, the king won 10 in a row.
Tell you what, guys, if Chase Elliott's going to get his 5th in a row, he's got some work cut out for him, because Christopher Bell's actually closed that gap. Saw Chase Elliott lock his left front tire up going into turn 1 last time by, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Then I saw how close Christopher Bell was. I said, oh, okay, a little pressure changes things.
Now, how about Martin Truex? He is 6.5 seconds back.
To me, it looks like you can't turn and get straight and then drive, so maybe I'm out to one. Yeah, it's less grip. This run has less grip. It's just gliding, and then it won't drive, so time's not going to help me.
Well, it just begs the same old question. You know, do you want the car to turn better to get yourself pointed up off the corner straighter to get that drive, or do you just want to try to fix the drive off?
Yes. I need all of that if I'm going to outrun that 9 car, because he seems to have all of it.
Meanwhile, Kurt Busch's wild ride, or interesting day, continues. He's gotten from 27th back up to 23rd. Ricky Stenhouse just ahead.
Not for long.
Busch did complete that pass, by the way.
Did he complete it, or did Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just say, go ahead?
Continue to see the 11 having trouble. I can't help but to think it's all braking.
It's all brakes, Clint. I saw, we had a shot of him going into turn 5 behind his teammate, Martin Truex Jr., and he just backed off way early into the corner, so he's trying to save those brakes to get to the end of this race.
I just can't help but to just keep giving praise to Christopher Bell. You know, this is an opportunity for him to finally follow this 9 car and match his lap times. Figure out where you're off a little bit. I mean, obviously, keep seeing the 11 car right here, but I just love, I'm watching the lap times and what we see with this Christopher Bell. I'm telling you, he's learned a lot right here and putting it to good use.
Well, and can he put enough pressure on our leader, Chase Elliott, to either force him to make a mistake, or maybe he starts using up his brakes a little bit too much to keep that lead?
He's run road races in the Xfinity Series and 2 last year in the Cup Series, but nowhere near the depth of right-left turn experience in NASCAR that Chase Elliott has.
But right here where he's riding, he's learning. Great opportunity for him to do so.
To go. Here's your Progressive race summary. Chase Elliott, one of 6 leaders. He's been out front for 36 laps. 8 lead changes. 37 cars on the lead lap. Alfredo 1 lap down. Chastain and Hauff out of the race. 5 caution flags, including the 2 stage-ending cautions. And Michael McDowell, our front row starter and Daytona 500 winner. You know, in the wee hours of Monday morning, it completely escaped me that the Loves car won on Valentine's Day.
Sure did. Oh! Joey Logano going wide. I don't know if there was contact there between he and Denny Hamlin, bringing Kyle Larson into the mix.
You know, Mike, you mentioned Loves. I actually stopped at a Loves on the way home, driving the bus with the family to the house. I love activation. When you see something like that, a big win like that, the activation with the sponsor, the pride that they have in that, it was all over inside that Loves truck stop.
Well done for Michael McDowell. Kyle Larson getting a little impatient here on Joey Logano. Going to make the pass. Or is he?
Oh, yeah, that's going to be pretty easy pass.
I think Logano, he saw enough. You're faster. I get it. Go on.
Martin Truex on pit road. Regan.
Well, it's been a challenge this run for Martin Truex Jr. He's losing a ton of time through the chicane. The team's been trying to talk him through how to get better there. Overall, this race car has absolutely 0 grip right now compared to earlier in this race. As we see, they get their 4 tires.
Now they can do all this and stay on the lead lap as long as it takes to get around Daytona's 3.6-mile course. Alex Bowman coming to pit road. Ricky Stenhouse and Daniel Suarez.
And Mike, pitting here, you easily can make it to the end, even if we went into 1 or 2 overtimes.
But how about our leaders, Larry Mack? You know, now it becomes a little cat and mouse between when one of these guys gets on pit road soonest, because I think if Christopher Bell gets on pit road, executes a great pit stop, there's a chance he could get the lead before Chase Elliott gets to pit road, or, you know, after that green flag cycle.
Jr. puts some pressure on you. He's going to go out there on those 4 fresh Goodyears and put some lap time down. You can't let him catch you too much.
Yeah, but he's about 6 seconds back, so I agree. They got a couple laps before they probably need to get on pit road, but to me, it's all about what decision happens here between the 20 car and the 9.
But the more of these cars that pit, if the caution comes out and you've not pitted, you're going to have to pit. That's going to put more cars in front of you on the restart. That's where the chess match begins.
So, Larry, are you saying come now?
I would not run over about another lap or 2, Mike,
okay.
Quite honestly. I really wouldn't.
They're going to run at least 1 more.
Here's your Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford has 34 road course wins. Parnelli Jones, the winner at Bremerton, Washington in the mid-50s. Jeff Bodine at Watkins Glen in 1996 among them. And speaking of Fords, Joey Logano is on pit road. So is Kyle Larson. Jamie?
And Joey Logano, just talking about that grip. He'll love to get these last set. Actually, they'll have 1 extra set of sticker tires after this, a 4-tire stop here, and they'll put fuel in it. Air pressure adjustment, and that's it, Regan.
Well, the 5-car Kyle Larson there on the left of your screen. That race car's been pretty good for him. He's still trying to figure out turn 3 on this track, though. He does not like the speed and how it's getting through that corner. Turn 6, though, up onto the high banks has been very good for him.
Well, turn 3 is as flat as your billiard table, but a whole lot slicker, right?
And a long corner, too. Yep. You know, hard to get in. You see a lot of wheel hub, a lot of wheel lock up with the brakes and things like that. So that's the first part of your corner. To have any success in a corner, you got to first get into the corner. Then you get that long sweeping corner where you got to keep momentum around. Just a very challenging corner.
But this is one of the things I love about this racetrack. As you see William Byron exiting pit road, there's Tyler Reddick on pit road exiting, is the difference between the high-speed corners, the big braking zones, and the low speed of the infield of this course. That creates havoc for these guys trying to set these race cars.
Reminds me a lot of, listening to you say that, Jeff, reminds me a lot of Sonoma. You know, you have that short technical section up on the hill, then the high speed stuff on the back straightaway, both equally as important.
Guys, I feel like the 9 and the 20, they've got to come this time. Too many cars have hit pit road.
Into the front stretch chicane.
Here
and coming to pit road. Right on cue, Larry. There are the heavy braking zones like the one they just entered for the chicane, where you have to scrub off a whole lot of speed in red. Infield section there in yellow. Here's Jamie.
Adam Stevens with the call for Christopher Bell in the 20. Christopher has led 3 laps today. Says he's pretty good overall. 4 tires stop. Regan.
Well, the 9 of Chase Elliott early on in that run, the call was to save a little bit, but you saw the pressure from the 20 car. When he started pushing it harder, that race car got too tight. He wants a little adjustment for that. The 11 car of Denny Hamlin, he hits his pit stall as well. That race car, the brake fade is everything as we documented. They're struggling with that on his car.
Saw the right sides. A little bit of an issue with the 20 car Christopher Bell. That's going to give a little advantage to the 9 car Chase Elliott as they exit pit road. Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, be a little careful. Cold tires, you see, there's that flat turn 3 we talked about, Mike, how little grip there is on that track. Really easy to lock the tires up on entry.
Complete here in Daytona.
Grab an ice cold Coke Zero Sugar and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
This is Carl. Carl shopped for the lowest mortgage rate and chose Amerisave. Perhaps the first decision in his life he won't regret. Unlike the hitchhiking incident that took his thumb, which ruined his career as a hand model.
It's over.
And his marriage to Europe's #1 foot model.
We are in love.
And his signature dance move. But now that Carl's found Amerisave, he'll be saving money for years to come. And that's not lost on him at all. Visit Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him if he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
I'm going to open up 2 beers. Okay. You tell me which sounds more refreshing. Gotcha. This one? Or this one?
Bush. Definitely the one that went Bush. What beer is that?
Are you being serious?
Yes.
It's Bush.
Right.
Bush.
4. And then 5, turn,
5.
kick. We got chased by these wild coyotes. We were following her because she had beef jerky in her pocket.
Don't mind me, come on. Pick that up, right there.
As long as you keep making the internet an amazing place to be, we'll keep bringing you a faster, more secure, and more amazing internet. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR.
I'm Tucker Carlson. I'm coming to Fox Nation very soon.
They're stealing what we have here in Maine. We will pass that. They know that.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
We're just so delighted you're a gun guy.
Original documentaries that get deeper into the issues that actually matter. Coming soon, and it's only on Fox Nation.
I am huge, a giant in every way. I am the sound of fury and the sweet smell of victory. I am the return of all the things you love about this amazing sport. Something that changes you from the very first lap. I am where seeing becomes believing, and believers know it is the return of a new season. I am NASCAR.
There's a rainbow over the speedway. Why? I can't believe it. It's raining.
It didn't just lightly rain. It was a heavy downpour. I don't know how these guys didn't all slide off the racetrack.
But it was a targeted strike. It only appeared in a couple of corners, and we have stayed green. Now, NASCAR procedure, if this track on a road course gets completely wet, they will put out the yellow flag for the teams to come in and put on rain tires, and they'll do that once per event if needed. Now, that's right outside of the racetrack, out in the camper area where it's wet. Most of the track is dry as DiBenedetto lips to pit road. Here's Denny Hamlin's team.
Wet. Yeah, it's just a light sprinkle here, Lambert. They keep talking about it on the radio. They're saying no change. Just keep doing what you're doing here. They're worried about turn 6, the biggest part, but it's...
Now, Larry, if they waive the caution, what choices do you have?
Yeah, NASCAR, they may call a wet weather caution only once during a race. But if they do, and we're into the race as we are, it's the team's option. Come get the wet weather tires or stay out on the dries. It's NASCAR only gets in the tire calling business one time, and that's how you start the race.
Well, right now, it is raining in part of the track. It is dry in other parts of the track.
Well, Mike, I got nothing for you on that.
Well, I can tell you, it's pretty wet. Right here, as we look through the windshield of Chase Briscoe, there was a lot of raindrops on that windshield as he was going up into the banking in NASCAR turns 1 and 2.
It's a tough call.
Didn't seem to slow him down, though.
No, I mean, it's just raining enough, and like we said, turn 1 over there in 6, it looks like it. It's hard to tell, even looking out the window, where exactly it is. You got sun shining on one end and rain on the other.
Rainbow above us.
Shows you how big this track is.
Well, they have defrosters and wipers at the ready if needed. And rain tires in the pits. You see the yellow Goodyear lettering on the sidewall of these slicks. Those are the dry tires. If the letters are white, they're on the rain tires with a full tread.
And that was turn 5. You saw Chase Elliott locking up the inside tire. That's probably one of the wetter parts of the racetrack.
Now here's the challenge. If you put on rain tires and the track is half dry, that's probably more difficult to manage those tires than if you're on slicks and the track is half wet.
Oh, these tires are designed, they're very soft compound, and then you can see, you know, they're treaded, right, to disperse the water. But if it's only a light amount of rain and the track's just barely wet, you don't want to put those rain tires on because they'll wear out extremely fast.
And Matt DiBenedetto will go to the garage and join Ross Chastain and Quinn Houff out of the race. 15 laps to go.
I think these are some of the most difficult decisions on pit road, but also some of the most difficult driving conditions because you have slick tires. You know this is going to be a quick rain shower. How do you not go off track? Well, caution is out for rain.
And this will be our 6th caution of the day. So, Larry, you got some decisions to make.
Yeah, and this is the one time that they will throw it for weather, but it's totally up to the teams, Mike, if you want to come get these wet weather tires or you want to try to stay out there on the slicks. We're probably going to go back racing with somewhere around 11 laps to go, which is a lot of racing when you think about the length of this track.
Talk about a make or break it decision here.
Well, I don't see how you can come down pit road. I mean, it's wet, but I think this track is going to dry fast if it doesn't continue to rain.
Now, next Sunday, the best season ever continues as the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Dixie Vodka 400. The action starts with race day at 2 p.m. Eastern on FS1. Switch over to Fox for full coverage at 3 p.m. Eastern and catch the broadcast from anywhere on the Fox Sports app.
You know, guys, to tell you the grip level difference between the slick, dry weather tires and wet weather, let's go back to the Charlotte Roval last fall. The track started drying up after they started in wet weather conditions. The 13 car of Ty Dillon came in and got those slicks. He was 3 to 4 or better seconds a lap faster than the cars that were still out there on the wet weather tires.
Great point, Larry. Christopher Bell's strategy is this.
So assuming we're going to stay here, I think it'd be hard to pit with 3 laps on them. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I want to do what the field does. Yeah, me too.
Do you know what the field's going to do?
Well, I'm with you, Jeff. I like dry tires on a damp track a lot more than I like rain tires on a fully dry track. Decisions, decisions. With 14 to go in Daytona. 14 laps to go. The caution came out for one of those quick Florida pop-up showers, which dissipated just as quickly as it came on the speedway. Few sprinkles in the east end. Otherwise, the track is dry. But right now, with pit road open, teams have the option to come in for dry or rain tires.
Yeah, but I think they're coming for slicks. I don't think they're coming for rain tires.
Agree. Joey Logano among those who stay out on the racetrack. Jamie?
Well, we heard the radio from Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens on the radio. So they decided we'll come if the 9 comes. So that's their call. They'll fill it up. Enough fuel to make it to the end. A 4-tire stop. The 18 is in as well, Regan.
The 19 of Martin Truex Jr., that race car, he's giving it everything he can right now, but it's sliding everywhere. They weren't good enough to win, so they're going to put some slick tires on that race car. And the 9 of Chase Elliott, this car keeps getting tighter for him. He said, I'm not sure if we're not keeping up with it or if the track's just getting that tight right now.
Now again, the Goodyear sidewalls, yellow lettering for slick tires, white for rain tires, and I don't see any white, do you?
No, that's definitely slick tires. I think the track's going to be fully dry by the time we go back racing. But look at this race off pit road. Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr. all getting out. I think that Chase Elliott, it's hard to say where that camera line is at. It looked to me like he may have beat Larson, but our tracker shows Larson ahead of number 9.
Guys, this track isn't near wet enough to put wet weather tires on. Not even close. Not even close.
Thank you, Larry. This is when those drivers get paid the big bucks, right, Larry?
That's exactly right. That's why I'm bald.
Well, tires may not help Ryan Blaney. He has a long stop on pit road with the tires off, looking at the right front suspension, making a nose weight change, we are told. Here's your aerial coverage. Rain-free, provided by Goodyear. Drive always discovers possibility. Goodyear, more driven. Millions of kids nationwide without normal access to sports and play due to COVID-19. Fox Sports and Good Sports restoring play through donations of brand new gear, including fitness equipment for the boys and girls clubs of Volusia and Flagler counties. Text play to the number on your screen to help keep kids in the game. To go, and just as the caution came out for rain, both the rain and the rainbow disappeared. There's your Toyota Camry TRD pace car, going to lead them back to green.
And right behind him, our leader Joey Logano only has about 5 green flag laps on his Goodyear tires, so we're going to find out just how good Joey Logano is. And look outside him. Let's give some props to Chase Briscoe in that 14 car. You saw he got spun out early in this race trying to make a pass into the chicane. Has made a nice comeback up into second place.
With some damage to some pretty important pieces. A lot of damage on that front splitter. I thought his day was done right there. Bounce back for sure.
Briscoe carrying the names of Kendall Bailey and Jocelyn Phillips of Indiana, who passed away in a tragic car accident last Sunday. Chase knows that family well through the Indiana dirt racing community and wanted to honor their memory.
I think the biggest challenge I see for Christopher Bell, for Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott, these guys like Larson that came in and got tires, is trying to navigate through some of this traffic, especially all the action we've seen down in turn 1 where guys are locking up tires on old tires, get 3 and 4 wide. They've got to first get through that before they can go chase down somebody like Logano or Briscoe.
Agree with you 100%. Pay window is open, and these boys are going after it.
Yeah, and they are only going to have 12 laps to do it in.
And after the big day Brad Keselowski has had, he's in 6th place.
I'm
right
not sure
next to
his
Corey
day
LaJoie.
is over yet,
Nope.
Mike. His crazy day, I should say.
We'll listen to TJ Majors, Joey Logano's spotter, on this restart with 12 to go.
Green, 1 outside the 14. 1.5 off. Fairly there to bumper. 1 second off, already right side 14. Fairly bumper. Still there. 1's right with you. Right side 14. Bumper. You are clear, 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 clear.
Never good. Tyler Reddick. Oh, Chase Elliott in the grass.
This is exactly what we were talking about. Have to stay off of him.
Oh my goodness, amazing save right there, but he lost a lot of valuable positions.
And he has filled the radiator inlet with grass,
which in my opinion is going to be a massive ordeal right here. It's very hard to get it off of it. Got to have to try to get to the bumper of somebody and get it off quick.
And there he does, right there to Cody Ware.
We talked about it, Jeff. You said you have to be able to get through traffic to get in position to win. Wow, look at this.
That's big.
Tyler Reddick going to bring out the caution here.
Man, I thought those signs were mean, but I didn't think they were that mean. This saved the 9 car. This was a help for the 9 for sure.
All right, let's first take a look at what happened to Tyler Reddick. The AMR safety crew quickly on the scene, along with the Daytona International Speedway fire crew.
You can see heavy damage there to the front end, so possibly got off track, got into the dirt. A lot of damage where it probably knocked off maybe an oil cooler line or something.
For sure. Folded the front end under, knocked the oil cooler line off, or broke the oil cooler itself.
So we're going to see what happened to Reddick first. Watch the 8 car.
He's wide already, 4 wide.
And he had been doing this. We saw him do this in a race prior to this. Go to the outside, make a move.
Well, that works really good until somebody doesn't want to give.
Right there.
Ooh, just like the 18 car early in this race, but much worse.
I think a teammate may have run him off into the grass right there.
Now, Chase Elliott, way to the right of your screen.
Same situation, basically. He's on the outside, and they run wide. They're 4 wide there. What a job he did by not going completely around. But as you mentioned, Mike, there's that grass in the grill.
That looked like you in that rental car in front of me, Jeff, except he saved it.
There's a reason why I'm not still out there. This is why we have the grass cam.
Or had it, you mean.
This is why we have it right here. And here's some Chase Elliott team audio.
I had them all. I think what was going to come off came off. Yep, copy. Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell else to do. Everyone watched it. I think that was deliberate. We'll see. I'm sure.
He's right. He got the grass off. That's the biggest thing for now. But massive setback for him.
Yeah, I mean, he lost a lot of positions back in 14th.
And I think what they're questioning, Corey LaJoie in the 7 didn't give him any room, but Corey had cars, maybe 2 of them to his inside.
Watch this grass come off there, the rear bumper of the 11.
That's the wipe your nose play right there.
That air just really gets spinning back behind that rear bumper, and it's amazing how well it can clean the grill.
Vacuum. I think it's a chance. You got to stay patient here if you're Chase Elliott. A lot of racing is going to happen in front of you. I don't think the cautions are over. He's not out of this thing by any stretch of the imagination.
If he wanted to wipe his nose, why didn't he just get up behind? Too much?
Makes sense. Makes sense. But Clint, the urgency is going to only get heightened with Chase Elliott of how aggressive he's going to have to be.
Now, we mentioned Corey LaJoie was right alongside Chase Elliott. Here's LaJoie.
didn't know the 9 was out there. He came around there so fast. Running your race, doing good, man. Way to stay up on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when those guys have old tires versus new.
11 laps to go. We'll take you, Fox, side by side.
This is the truck that never stops working. With a new tailgate work surface and power for your other tools, too. And even when you're not working, it never stops working, updating its own features over the air. Part generator, part workbench, part supercomputer, all F-150. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
Mondays, right?
What?
Said Mondays, right?
What about them?
Just trying to make conversation.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
Explore from anywhere. Work from anywhere. Recharge from anywhere. Anywhere is possible when your vehicle is serviced with Jiffy Lube. Your skilled technicians are here to help keep you and your vehicle moving forward. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
As a talking bucket of KFC, dinner time is my time to shine. Grab some piping hot chicken, young man. Much better than microwaved hot dogs, right, Dad? Eat up. I'm doing the cooking tonight. Get KFC tonight with free delivery.
Fox Tonight.
Come on, make it big.
Pop trivia.
Michael J. Fox's middle name is Andrew.
Fact? Could earn you huge money.
$250,000.
TV's biggest slot machine is going wild.
Give me Jerry.
Jason Biggs hosts.
This is something. You're going to cry. It's okay. I might cry too.
Cherry's Wild. The special television event premieres tonight on Fox.
Anthony Durrell is back.
Anthony Durrell.
The two-time former champ takes on the rising Kyron Davis.
Let your hands go. This is your moment.
Durrell Davis. Saturday at 8 Eastern on Fox.
I am tradition. Passed down. From the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend.
You know, it's all I've ever known, racing.
I was fortunate to be in victory lane 20 years ago, and I'm here again.
I am meant to be passed down from one generation to the next. Because the only thing better than seeing a race is sharing it with someone. I am NASCAR.
It'll be 10 laps to go when they come back. The pace car slows its speed a little bit as the track trucks and jet dryers scurry for cover. We're going back to green. Joey Logano and Chase Briscoe on the front row. Kurt Busch. All the troubles he's had today, and look where he is, right back up to third place.
All these guys up here. I mean, Keselowski, Briscoe, Kurt Busch. Name one of these guys that haven't had a major off at some point.
And Chase Elliott, who dominated the first half of this race, is back at 14th position.
As these laps have wound down, we've run these caution laps. I'm telling you, this thing's fallen into Joey Logano's lap, possibly.
Hey, that 14 ball's up there, boys. Hey, that's Clint's car. That's right. Well, it was. Chase Briscoe outside Logano for this restart. It'll be 10 to go. So lucky. Justin Haley has to do a spin around at turn one, but no caution.
There's another one of our guys with new tires that you can take off the list. Larson was able to get ahead of Christopher Bell there through all that exchange. Oh, gets wide into Buescher.
Keselowski on the outside for third. Big lockup. Caution is out.
hand signals say it all.
Super bummed is what he is.
Here's a look at it.
Getting pushed by Larson. Oh, he makes a late move to the 2. That's not going to work. Oh, he starts getting loose.
A wheel hop too. All the above. Just got in too hot.
Yeah, and he got down that lower apron there. I'm wondering if that contributed to it. Ooh,
as soon as he downshifted, that thing went into a wheel hop. Nothing you can do. Long for the ride, especially when you have a car on your outside like that.
Unbelievably, everybody else got by.
Idea what happened. I literally went to touch the brakes and they just started wheel hopping. I ain't wheel hopped all day.
Man, the 2 guys that we had our eyes on, that's what I love about road racing. Caution comes out, changes the whole complexity of this race.
Corey LaJoie ended up in the turn 5 wall in the midst of all that.
It wasn't off the bumper of the 9, was it?
Well, you know, those guys made contact. I wonder if he had a left side tire going down. Tires are up. She just lost grip. That nose is heavily damaged.
The tail is worse on the right rear.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, guys, we were talking during commercial break. This is playing right into Joey Logano, Kurt Busch, Briscoe, Keselowski, right into their hand, these caution laps.
Well, Clint, you asked, and our production crew responds.
Was this a little payback?
This is the exit coming off of 3. Looking up the road there, getting in there's 4 in the kink.
Can't tell if that was right to the end. Well,
you can't up the front. I would say we have found it. I think I was right. For once in my life, I called it. A little payback. There's enough damage there. That might affect the cooling of this car, too. You knock that ductwork down and it covers and blocks off that radiator, you're in trouble. Regan?
Well, we heard the wheel hop that happened right there. The report from Martin was it hasn't done that all day long. I don't know where it came from. Obviously very disappointed and frustrated. They got a pit to fix this race car.
8th caution flag of the day. LaJoie also in to repair damage. Oh, everywhere.
I was going to say, everywhere is right.
We're going to hear from Chase Elliott's team and then Corey LaJoie's.
Is there a specific spot you hit him? Just squared him up. I think he thought he was going to get me the outside, and I tried to cross him over, so I just squared him up in the back. Copy. It'll be fine. Yeah, I know. I gave him plenty of room. It's obvious what he was doing. Looks like the rear end of the car is shifted way over to the left a little bit. Let's see what we got here.
That would have been the other side of the equation. Yes. Communication.
Elliott continues on track in 10th. LaJoie is on pit road.
I have a different pick.
I was going to say,
can I repick? Repick? I need. Yeah, I picked Chase Elliott.
All right, who would you pick right now? If I look at Larson's in 5th with the freshest tires, Logano obviously and Busch up front. Then you got Christopher Bell's the next one with new tires.
I like Joey Logano.
I'll go with Larson. I think, you know, this fresh tires. I don't like that he's starting in the inside lane, though. I think that outside lane, when you got fresher tires, opens up some doors.
Oh, this has clearly opened up a lot of doors for a lot of drivers out there. Anybody in that top 10. I don't think this is our last caution by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, guys, we've only run one race here, and it's hard to set a trend. So what I did is I went and looked at the 2 road course races from 2020, the one here, the one at the Charlotte Roval, and it happens in the last 7 to 8% of the race, which if you do the math today, somewhere around 5 to 6 to go will be our race trend of possibly the next caution.
Well, let's recap for you. We're 9 laps from the finish here. Kyle Busch off in the grass on the right, so was Michael McDowell. Damage to both. And early pit stops for both who we expected would be contenders. Chase Elliott is your stage 1 winner. And for a while, he had led every green flag lap. After contact from Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain got into the turn 1 wall, got it back around to the pits, but was unable to continue. Denny Hamlin, stage 2 winner, ahead of Kurt Busch and Joey Logano. In fact, Kurt will probably be on everybody's highlight reel for this, which dropped him from first place to 27th. But he has rebounded and recoiled and retaliated. You pick your verb, but he's back up to second place. Chase Elliott makes quite a save here after contact from Corey LaJoie. And now we're ready to restart. It'll be 8 laps to go. Logano, Kurt Busch, Briscoe, Keselowski, Larson, Buescher, the top half dozen. Let's settle this.
It was go time before. What is it now?
Still inside. The overdriver here, just be tight to him. Clear, all clear.
That was Tyler Green, Kurt Busch's spotter, as he emerges. It's like marbles falling through a funnel when you come out of turn 2 there. Well, some of them funnel, some of them go 3 wide.
And a huge reason why I love this racetrack. Watching this from this perspective has been so entertaining for me. It is a funnel. You nailed it right there, Mike. You go from this big wide area through that really tight infield. Perfect situation for awesome racing.
Opens up just enough opportunity to make it exciting. Keselowski locks up, runs Christopher Bell wide. I was just going to say Christopher Bell got a great start to gain some spots and do what he needs to do. But now Larson going into second. Remember, Larson wheel hops.
Into the tire wall goes Kyle Larson's number 5. He's going to be able to drive it away, but he's going to have a huge tire rub there on the right rear.
I tell you, that was the move for the win, if you ask me. If he would have gotten to second, those pressure tires, I think he runs down Logano, but that's now over.
We stay green.
So easy to wheel hop right there. For whatever reason, Jeff, that corner, you don't get a front wheel lockup. That thing wants to wheel hop. It's kind of rough getting into that corner. You pick that wheel hop up, she gone.
I think they're at the high end of the RPM range at that gear that you choose. Plus, it's a little bit rough.
William Byron climbing the turtles there at the bus stop and getting airborne. Now here comes Bell. He's looking for a run at Kurt Busch before they get to the chicane. No move there. And look at Kyle Larson. Makes the dive bomb move, and away it goes.
It was a great move. It's just a little bit late, and Kurt, I think, drew him in there pretty late also.
That's
I think they're
exactly
both breaking late. You could see right away that right rear tire.
Trouble front straightaway, start finish line. And that is Kyle Busch in the wall. No caution.
Hard into the wall.
William Byron had missed the chicane, did a stop and go. Kyle Larson makes it around to pit road.
William Byron already missed the chicane. He had to stop, and then these guys are just getting crazy coming off of that chicane at the start-finish line.
Well, I thought Kyle pounded the wall, but that damage was earlier. Second place, Christopher Bell, Kurt Busch.
Crossover coming right here.
Tell you what, Curran is fighting hard for this second position, making it very difficult. And now there's damage in the 20's right front fender. It was just like, I think, something that's similar happened with Ryan Blaney earlier in the day when Ross Chastain got put in the wall. Here's the 9 and 11 going at it, but he tried to do the crossover, Clint, and Kurt just slammed the door. Now there's damage to the right front fender in the 20. Hopefully not enough to take that tire down.
Chase Elliott up to 5th after that pass. Here he comes.
Yeah, he's not out of it yet. He's got 7 laps to get it done, about 6.5.
I tell you what, Kurt Busch is being ultra aggressive, fending these guys off, doing a phenomenal job, really.
And helping Joey Logano out. He's doing a nice job up front.
Big block up there. That was Bubba Wallace. After the day they've had and the incidents they've been involved in, who can believe that Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski are in 2nd and 4th place and challenging?
I'm shocked. Whoa. And you just can't run side by side through that turn 2.
Knight really pushed it too hard to get into that corner, forcing the 2 to overdrive it a little bit, sliding the front tires.
Now will Brad run him wide here going into this kink? Gives him room.
Got to make quick time here. Oh, Brad's off the track.
No way he makes this corner. No way he makes this. Man, he made it. Barely.
No, he's still on the track, but he lost the line.
But he's in position here, still in position. Chase is going to have to work a crossover here.
And while that's going on, ahead of them, I think Denny Hamlin had made contact as he tried to do the crossover.
And Chase ends up in the wrong place.
Man, everything going wrong for Hendrick Motorsports right in the closing laps of this race.
Kyle Busch has made it to pit road for a little body work and tires. 6 laps to go. 2 of our favorites now have spun, Truex and the 9 of Chase Elliott.
So he knows he's going to do the crossover. Denny Hamlin just goes to fill that hole. They make contact, turns the 9 around.
And I think Denny could see what he was going to do. Denny kind of checked up, but the 14 was there, all stacked him up, got into him, the rest is history. You can kind of see what was going on. We called the crossover. That's what he needed to do. That's just such a tricky corner.
And Chase rejoins in 24th place.
And Christopher Bell just not able to make that pass happen on 2nd place Kurt Busch.
5 to go. At the start of this race, Michael McDowell was seen to be a favorite. He had trouble right away. Here he is, 7th place.
Well, and that's Michael McDowell's style. You know, he does it on the super speedways where he keeps himself in it. There's the pass for 2nd. Christopher Bell makes that nice and clean as they go through turn 3. But that's what Michael McDowell does, Mike. He's just so good at being there at the end and putting himself in position. And even though he had trouble at the beginning of this race, he's done a nice job recovering.
This is where Christopher Bell's really going to have to focus hard, hit his marks, get everything he can get out of that race car. I still think there's time, but he's going to have to go.
3 seconds, almost 3.5 seconds to make up. That's a lot of time. But 5 laps, that's a long distance, too, at this track.
Chase Briscoe trying to hold off Alex Bowman for 10th. And Bowman gets by on the bottom.
Haven't heard a lot about out of Bowman today. He saw damage to the nose, but
you see a lot of oil right there on his tear off on somebody.
Down on the apron. I don't know if that works.
Oh, the hood. I would say that oil you saw was coming out of the 14. Now the hood's blown off of it. He's in bad shape.
And a few more pieces here and there. A little more casual contact.
Guys losing all their patience. That's out the door with 5 to go.
And all their parts.
Been watching Bubba the last several laps here, really having trouble with wheel lockup. Be interesting to see. I think
I think the fluid was coming out of his car. I think it's probably overheating with all the damage on the front.
Oh.
Then the hood blows off.
You ever had that happen to you, Clint? I've never had that happen. I was worried.
You can
about
obviously still see.
Yeah, he doesn't have any problem seeing.
No. The arrow is somewhat compromised.
I don't see that thing staying like that for long.
Tell you what I see. Christopher Bell was the second, took a second off of Joey Logano for the lead right here. I tell you, the roof cam can't see anything.
Austin Dillon on pit road. Trouble on the right rear. Going to be a long stop. And, well, I guess that meets the NASCAR rule. He does, after all, have a hood attached. And Kyle Busch has cut down another tire. He limps back to pit road.
Looks like one of those tents I've seen out in the infield. Got some tent poles, a little shade.
That was power steering fluid from Chase Briscoe. That's his problem. Well, that's one of them. 2.5-second lead for Joey Logano. Christopher Bell, Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, and Denny Hamlin. Most of whom are going to have stories to tell at the end of this one. Looking at the top 10, the only drivers that we've hardly mentioned in the top 10, Ryan Preece in 9th, Alex Bowman in 10th. Both driving pretty much error-free races, and not much to mention there. And Kevin Harvick, who has very quietly come to 6th place.
That's what champions do. That is by far the cleanest race car on the track. I don't know. The left side's got a little damage. Right now,
another half-second off your leader right here.
Yeah, the 20 of Christopher Bell's got to put qualifying laps together right now if he's going to catch Joey Logano, our leader.
Hearing some reports of some light sprinkles in turn 4.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, we've had everything here today.
Well, that's that high-speed kink between the two horseshoes.
Oh, Bubba. Some issues at turn 1.
And Chase Briscoe has finally come to pit road.
Yeah, let's put the windshield wiper on.
Oh, yeah. 3rd place, Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin. Keselowski looking in.
Yeah, Denny's got the preferred position now.
Kevin Harvick behind them, and then McDowell. To go. These cars are 6 seconds off the lead.
Always getting closer.
He's getting close enough he could force some pressure on him, maybe make him, have a mistake. That's probably what it's going to take.
So for the 2nd week in a row at Daytona, Joey Logano is probably going to lead the white flag lap.
And he's doing the same thing he did last week, looking in his mirror.
And this time hoping nothing is too close to it.
So crew chief Paul Wolfe.
There's no question he's going to catch him, in my opinion. It's Joey Logano isn't easy to pass. He's going to make it very difficult on him. It's going to be interesting here with 2 laps to go.
Well, we already saw, I think, if Christopher Bell could have done anything is maybe been a little bit more aggressive with Kurt Busch trying to make that pass happen, maybe forced his way through there because he would have gotten to Joey Logano much sooner. Now it's going to be sort of a desperation move, and will he be aggressive enough to move Joey Logano if he gets there?
And
he's going to have the opportunity.
And if he does, Denny Hamlin's in the stealing seat, right where Kyle Busch was in the Busch Clash, sitting 3rd, far enough back that if the leaders have trouble, he won't be part of it, but he could capitalize.
Did you see that, Clint, the drive off going away from the 22 car, Joey Logano? We saw the 20 of Christopher Bell really gain on him on the exit of turn 3.
If you're Joey Logano, you got to be careful. The thing I've seen the most out of him and his teammate Brad Keselowski is locking these front tires up, getting into the corner. Make sure you don't make a mistake and hand this thing to him.
And some of it, I'm seeing some raindrops on our camera.
Oh, he got loose right there.
Oh, Man, they're both sliding.
Yeah.
I think it might, not only his tires worn out, it's a little wet down there.
I agree, because the 20 car took off for the front end as much as the 22 spun the tires with the rear.
Bell has a run off NASCAR 2, and at the end of that back stretch awaits the bus stop.
There's the brakes, exactly like the 12 car had in the Busch Clash. Ryan Blaney had a struggle, could not slow the car down, gave the 9 car Chase Elliott an opportunity last lap.
So that's metal on metal under braking for Joey Logano.
Man, the same block.
This might be way more aggressive a block. He's there. Christopher Bell is there. What's Joey going to do down here in this chicane? Oh, man, I think he's got him.
No, not so. Does.
Logano doesn't have the brakes to hold off Bell. White flag, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
And Joey Logano's saying, what do I got to do? He's going to show Christopher Bell.
You can see the brakes just glowing red hot on the 22 car. Missed the corner right there. It's smoking as well. Them brakes are hot.
15 drivers got their first career win on a road course. The last to do it, Chase Elliott, 2018 at Watkins Glen.
Missed the corner pretty bad right there.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just got to take a breath right now. He's gapped the 22. He's got a better race car. He's just got to take a breath and not overdrive this car right now.
Easier said than done. He's on fire too. Them brakes are hot. Trying to get away from Joey Logano. We talked about it in the pre-race show, Jeff. That infield is such a tight thing. You're always constantly on the brakes, not giving them a chance to cool off until you get off a 6, finally getting that long straightaway.
So now Bell will have about a mile to let those brakes cool before he has to get hard on the binders for the bus stop, which might be Logano's last chance.
If he completes this, of all the tracks I would have picked for Christopher Bell to get his first Cup win, this is the last one I thought it would come at.
Well, he's definitely one you had your eye on. You knew the opportunity that was ahead of him. He was longing for this opportunity, asking for it. He got it, and look at this.
Christopher Bell running a time trial lap here to secure this victory. Logano now 1.8 seconds back. Adam Stevens on the pit box for Christopher Bell, who comes out of the final chicane and in his 38th start.
Good job.
Christopher Bell scores his first career win, and it comes on the Daytona road course.
Oh, my God. Thank you, guys. Great job, Adam. Great job, Hickory. Holy smoke. I'm so proud of you, Christopher Bell, the work you put in. Proud of all you guys, the work you put in. It's going to be a fantastic year and many more after that, man. Proud to tears, man. Proud to tears. No burnouts, I hate to tell you. We got to save that motor. No burnouts.
Oh, my first win, no burnout, Jeff.
Hey, man, take that trophy.
Well, they have to use that engine in, what, at least one more race this year.
I think everybody knew it's just a matter of time before this young man went to victory lane, moving over here to Joe Gibbs Racing.
Team Frayer.
It's going to be an easy flight home for old Coach, huh? Took all the money this weekend.
And what a weekend for Toyota. Ben Rhodes, the Camping World Truck Series winner, a team that switched to Toyota this year. Ty Gibbs, last night in the Xfinity race, Joe Gibbs' grandson, victory lane in his first ever NASCAR National Series start. And now, Christopher Bell with Adam Stevens and crew trying to go to victory lane at Daytona.
We've all, as dirt racers, have watched this kid win in dominant fashion on a dirt track. I knew it was only a matter of time. When you heard about him getting in this 20 car, I said, look out.
Come on over here. Make sure you're not in the grass.
So talented. So talented, this young man. Like Adam Stevens said, this is just the beginning.
And there are still cars coming to the checkered flag. That is not Barney, our iRacing flagman, but boy, he's had a workout today, and well done. LaJoie and Kyle Busch come limping across to finish up this race.
Got her money's worth. I'm telling you, fantastic race.
Boy, a lot of action all day.
And Chase Briscoe finally takes the checkered flag. That had to be a workout, not just for the drivers up front, but for all the drivers that had issues on the track, off the track, contact, some casual, some destructive. What a day.
I mean, I don't know a single driver out there didn't have a lockup at some point, in the grass at some point. No doubt that was a lot of work.
From the drop of the rag, too. I mean, right off the bat, we were in the action. I don't even think I was ready for it.
Well, I was ready for it in this race last year, and then they went through there so smooth. I thought, okay, you know, these are the best there are. But boy, it got wild today from the beginning.
Gotta love a first-time winner.
Never forget that one.
His 38th career start. Logano second by 2 seconds. Hamlin third. Kurt Busch, Keselowski, the top 5. Harvick, Allmendinger, McDowell, Preece, and Bowman, the top 10. 32 cars finished on the lead lap. Only 3 cars were out of the race at the finish. And Christopher Bell, in only his second start with Joe Gibbs Racing, is now a NASCAR Cup Series winner. Here's Regan Smith.
Well, Christopher Bell gets the head sock off. Christopher, you told me last week you wanted to come to Joe Gibbs Racing to put the pressure on yourself to be the best. My friend, today you are the best. How does this feel?
I don't know, man. This is definitely one of the highlights of my life so far. So just so incredibly thankful to be here at Joe Gibbs Racing, man, and all of our partners at Rheem, DeWalt, Pristine Auction, Toyota, TRD. Thank you to Jack Irving, Tyler Gibbs. You guys believed in me since day one. So this is, I don't know, man. It feels like, you know, I've prepared my whole life for this moment to race in the Cup Series. And you know, last year was a huge learning curve for me, and I'm very grateful that I got the opportunity to run in Cup, and it definitely prepared me to move to Joe Gibbs Racing.
You got by Kurt Busch with about 5 to go there. It was a pretty big gap, about 3.5 seconds. Did you think you had enough to catch up to Joey?
No, I really didn't. Whenever we pitted and then we came out, I liked where I lined up. But then the yellows kept coming, and I thought the yellows were hurting me because I felt like I needed laps to get up through there. So honestly, I didn't think I was going to get there. Adam on the pit box kept telling me that I was going to get there, and man, I didn't believe it. But yeah, I don't know. He really struggled, I think, coming out of 6th one time and allowed me to close the gap. And I just wish my wife was here to celebrate with me.
Christopher Bell, first career win on the Daytona road course.
Christopher Bell will head over to victory lane with his first career Cup Series checkered flag. What a day in Daytona. After all this, Kurt Busch rebounds to finish 4th. After this and much more, Chase Elliott dominated the first half, ends up 21st. After fire and a little bit of rain, Christopher Bell scores his first NASCAR Cup Series career win. And the man he had to beat to do it was Joey Logano, who is on pit road with Jamie Little.
Well, Joey Logano led 10 laps today, and it came right down to the wire, Joey. Where do you feel like that 20 got stronger and was able to overpass you at the end?
Well, the tires. I mean, he's the one that got through with tires. That was one more caution lap would have been enough to at least have a door-to-door finish across the line. Maybe, I don't know, but it's hard when he starts catching you a second a lap. It's, gosh, I just trying to get all I could on that restart, trying to get out there as far as I could, because I knew as soon as those guys with tires were going to catch us really quick. But we've made gains with our Shell Pennzoil Mustang on road courses. We're not quite good enough yet. As you can tell, our long run speed's off. we got to keep working to get that better, but we maximized the day. I hate being that close, but congratulations to Christopher. It's his first win, and I know it means a lot. It's always a special one, so I'm happy for him, but not so happy for myself at the moment.
Joey Logano brings it home second.
Well, Denny Hamlin battled his way to a third-place finish today. Denny, at one point in the race, we heard you say, I'm getting some brake fade. Was that the difference for your car?
Not really. I was hanging around that third fastest or fourth fastest all day, and that's just kind of what our FedEx Camry had. I got to continue to get better, but it's kind of what we had. It's it was kind of confused on what to do with the strategy there, but obviously a great 2 days for JGR. Happy for the whole team.
All right, thank you, Denny.
Thank you.
What a wild day in Daytona. A little fire, a little rain, a lot of contact, and drivers that you might have written off in the first or second stage end up in the top 5.
Mike, we came to a road course race. At times I thought it was an off-road race. There was more guys out in the grass than there were on the racetrack, but we saw some incredible action. We knew it was going to be wild on these restarts down turn 1, and we got plenty of that. But I really thought it was Chase Elliott's day, but when that caution came out for rain, Clint changed everything.
You said it right there. The caution wreaked havoc on everybody. What a difference maker that caution made. We talked about brakes all day long. Brakes are going to be an issue. We're going to these road courses more this year. It's going to be interesting to see what the teams do to make adjustments coming from this road course on down the road.
And a first-time winner in Christopher Bell.
And Mother Nature again plays into the outcome. Here is Jamie with Chase Elliott.
Well, Chase Elliott dominated most of the race, led 44 laps there. Chase, there was so much action. I don't even know where to start. You were off track, on track, raced your way through. How would you describe tonight?
Yeah, just, when you have those late race cautions like that and you have a mixed bag of who stays and who goes, it's a bit of a gamble either way, I felt like. So I thought tires was the right move. Tires won the race, so I think it was the right move. But you get back in traffic and it just gets to be so chaotic, and then just depending upon who gets through and who doesn't kind of determines how it's going to shake out. So yeah, I hate it. Hate too many mistakes, and yeah, went off track and yeah, just bad deal. We had a fast Napa Chevy, and I appreciate the effort. I hate it for Corey. He ran me off there, so I thought he was going to take the lane again, and so I went to cross him over, and I think that time he was actually going to give me the lane, so go figure. But try again next week.
All right, Chase Elliott brings it home 21st.
Boy, a tough day for a driver who dominated the first half of this race. The winning pass sends Christopher Bell to victory lane for the first time ever. You'll hear from the Charlotte studio with more right after this.
Back here to wrap things up from Daytona, aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Drive always, discover possibilities. Goodyear, more driven. And don't forget tonight's Cherries Wild premiere. It premieres tonight on Fox, 7 p.m. Eastern. See the countdown right there. Shannon, Larry, and Jamie back here in the studios in Charlotte. Wow, I am so happy that NASCAR decided to put this road course on the schedule, because what a weekend it was. Congratulations to Christopher Bell getting his first victory. Welcome to the playoffs, my friend, because he's locked in. I have on my notes Christopher Bell, his name, because he was running up front pretty much the entire race, but it was that final move that sealed the deal.
Yeah, I mean, he was a contender all day long. This was not a freak, pit strategy that got him there. They actually came to get tires. And Larry, we talked about it a second ago. He was like 4 or 5 seconds behind with just a few laps to go and was able to make that up. He was running over a second a lap faster than Joey Logano. And you see as they come out of the bus stop here, Joey's blocking, but Christopher Bell has such a run. He gets to his right rear quarter panel, gives him a little bit of side draft. This is just really good, hard racing. And Joey's going to race him hard right here, but I think Joey knows he's beat because Christopher's quite a bit better under braking, has the preferred line, and is able to get ahead of him off the exit of this corner. And then, Larry, he just drives away.
We got to talk strategy, right? And the new guy on top of the pit box for Christopher Bell, Adam Stevens. What a way to start the year.
Yeah, we felt like that was a good match to put Adam Stevens, a two-time championship crew chief, there with Christopher Bell. They had pitted under green at lap 52. That caution came out for weather about 4 laps later. Top 11 stayed out, including Joey Logano, but everybody else hit pit road for 4 fresh tires, and that ended up being a big difference, even with just 4 laps on the tires.
If you would have picked Christopher Bell as the first Gibbs driver to win this season, raise your hand. Well, we've gone off of our test.
Nobody's
raising their hands. But hey, listen, Christopher Bell, right? It started 12th today. First career Cup Series wins. But of course, when you have teammates like Denny and Martin and Kyle, that's a tough group to be around right there. But my goodness, gets it done on the road course. And of course, I mean, we look at March 28th, the dirt track at Bristol. He's a favorite when we go there too.
But I honestly talked to him a couple of weeks ago about the road courses, and he genuinely was excited about it. He won at Road America in Xfinity in 2019. I know the road courses were not good to him last year, but he said, I love road course racing, and I'm excited about having 7 on the schedule.
Everybody pretty much in the field had an eventful day, but one guy who was a little more eventful than the rest, go ahead, say his name.
Brad Keselowski.
Brad Keselowski.
Brad.
It was up and down and left and right and all over the place. Take a look. These are some of the things that he dealt with.
Yeah, and I mean, to come back and finish in the top 5,
yeah.
I was just astounded when I looked at the scoring monitor, because he spent a ton of time, Jamie, in the grass.
Well, he did, and you know, you see, he kept locking up the inside tire and sliding wide. We saw him run off at the edge of the kink twice. Somehow was able to save it. It was honestly almost comical. We could have a whole 30-minute show of just Brad's day at Daytona.
Let's hear what Brad had to say about the day. He's with Jamie Little.
To say this race was eventful for Brad Keselowski, I think, is an understatement. Brad, I think the camera was on you more than the leaders tonight. You had so many run-ins and lockups. How in the heck did you bring it home to finish in the top 5?
It's a good question, Jamie. It's a very good question. I'm not sure I know yet. I'm going to go back and watch the replay on Fox. Coverage is excellent. And see what happened. But, you know, I feel like the Penske cars, we have decent short-run speed, but no long-run speed. And I think you saw that with Joey at the end. And so you end up trying to save your tires at the start of a short run, and you get ran over. It's just such a headache. But at the end, it all came together with Discount Tire Ford Mustang, and got a solid top 5 out of it. We can move on, but certainly we have a lot of work to do on these types of tracks.
Way to persevere.
Thank you.
Home fit.
Thank you so much, Jamie. And of course, Brad, thank you for the kind comments. Another guy in the top 5 out there today was Kurt Busch. At one point, he had dropped all the way back to 27th in this race. As I said, so many guys going for wild rides, and Kurt Busch was one of them.
Yeah, you see, he's going to get loose on the entry to this dog leg, and that doesn't look like a fast corner. It's really fast. And he ends up hitting the inside curb, and then he goes farming. You watch this, and I was shocked, Larry, that his splitter did not get tore off, and also that the engine didn't overheat, but he was able to recover from this. And then Matt McCall made a great decision, left him out on tires. The car wasn't tore up, and his car was wider than most at the end.
Because he hit those turtles, right, when he was coming back in, and there was not
no turtles there.
Saw the yellow.
No,
thought it was a turtle.
Was it Leonardo?
Yeah, Raphael.
Yeah, they were not in that area
They were
of
not
the track.
there.
Yeah.
But you know who is there? Kurt Busch. He's with Regan.
Well, Kurt Busch had what I would call an eventful day, and Kurt, you get the lead, you go through the infield. I thought your race was done. Next thing I know, you're back up front.
Man, I just crossed over that fine line of grip, and like the car, it's there, but man, I was just over driving. And the tires at this track with the worn out asphalt in that infield section, it's really easy to step over the line. I actually took a deep breath and just said, stay cool, and then I pounded that curb into kink, and it shot me straight out. But Matt McCall, all my guys, they had an awesome day on pit road, strategy-wise and with their stops to get us that track position and to get us back up front. And then I had to, if I'm going to make a mistake, it's up to me then to dig us out of that hole and stay out there on old tires. So really good points day. Top 5, I think, in all the stages. So it's a good check mark to bounce back after the 500. So thanks to Monster Energy, Chevy, Gear Wrench. We're rolling now.
Thanks, Kurt.
That was a great interview. He's like, that was fun. Take a look at these guys. They thought it was fun, too. This is the top 10 out there, the top 8, I should say, out there in Daytona. Christopher Bell, Joey Logano making up 1 and 2. Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch, row 3 or row 2. And then, of course, A.J. Allmendinger, Michael McDowell rounding out the top 8. I know, Larry, you want to talk about Michael McDowell, right?
That was another group that never gave up. He had a flat tire coming to take the green flag at the start of the race, and he was in trouble. And when I saw him in the top 10, again, he and Drew Blickensderfer, his crew chief, they just never gave up on the day.
Yeah, great recovery for that team, and he got lucky in that they had that flat tire early on. He had to run the whole racetrack, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes that'll tear the bodywork off, but they were able to get in there, get a tire put on it, and man, 2 top 10s, Daytona 500. That's a pretty incredible way to start the year.
That is. Congratulations to that team, of course. Big weekend down there in Daytona. Big night tonight. Cherry's Wild coming up after us. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next week.